Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we don't have any message from the President, neither do we have any official communication from the Speaker. We will therefore turn to item 4 in today's order paper. Item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with votes and proceedings. Votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5, page 6, page number 7, page 8, page 9, yes, Honourable Member for Northtown.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at page 9, item number 6, the acknowledgements. Students and staff from the West Achim District Schools in the Lower West Achim Municipality. What I do know, Mr. Speaker, is that it should be the Lower West Achim Municipality, AKIM. That is the proper rendition, what this House approved. I don't know of Lower West Achim Municipality. It should be Achim, AKIM.
Very well. Table check the right rendition and make the appropriate correction if that is the case. Yes.
Okay.
Honourable Member for South, Tamale South, let me finish, I'll come to you.
And then, Mr. Speaker, item 6, III. Unfortunately, our Adenta MP is not here, but we need to reconcile this matter. Is it Adenta or is it Adentan? there are times that we say addendum, we have communication, even the Auditor General's report says addendum with an N. But other times the N is omitted. I wish the MP was here so that there will be clarity and then we will be consistent with our records. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. I have also observed that, and officially it's supposed to be addendum, so table. Kindly take note. Yes, Honorable Former Leader.
Speaker, mine still on page 9. I have noted some major policy shifts in the Hansard and vote and proceedings relating to item 6, acknowledgement. That policy shift, I should concede that I haven't been around. When was this formally announced to this House? And Mr. Speaker, on a day like State of the Nation address, on a day like the reading of the major economic policy and financial policy, how are you going to capture the acknowledgement in the Hansard? And Mr. Speaker, like I said, I do not know the policy shift with leadership and new leadership. But this is Parliament. This is Parliament. And the Hansard is not just an ordinary document. In fact, when I heard people lately talking about Supreme Court, the Supreme Court was sending a signal to this House that we should take parliamentary debates much more seriously. And that parliamentary debate, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, yourself a respected lawyer, the famous ruling in Pepper and Hart, which has been domesticated in Ghanaian law, says that parliamentary debates are a guide to interpretation. These acknowledgements, and then you have them up there with all respect to the public. We are here to serve them. But Mr. Speaker, our business as parliamentary business is parliamentary business. I have some concerns, and I'm raising those concerns. I don't know when that policy shift happened. I'm just imagining State of the Nation, the President is here, and you want to acknowledge each person to stand up there and wave, as we saw some people waving yesterday. How will you maintain decorum and order in this House? So yes, popular policy to reach out to the public, but we must be guided that the Hansard is not just an ordinary. When you say votes and proceedings, you want every minute what happens in this House to be recorded for purpose of posterity. I have a difficulty with it, and I say so, that whoever is leading it, but the Speaker himself is not here. So I wish I was saying this once he's presiding. I'm taking a serious objection to the way we are going to manage this against the practice of the Hansard as a guide to parliamentary debate. And I said, if you read, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court ruling on your narcotics, they quoted Article 106 to draw attention that this House, that they, even where they sit, they are guided by our real intent when we use words here. So acknowledgement, you've seen it. Yesterday was low. So the parliament, the press gallery, you acknowledge them. No. Mr. Clerk, you are here, you are advisor to the Speaker. We have traveled with you to many other jurisdictions of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, why does our standing order refer to some people as strangers? You know the meaning? It is to distinguish and separate strangers from members of the House, presided over by the Speaker. They remain strangers. So, Mr. Speaker, I have an objection. Somebody must explain to me when you adopted this major policy shift. The Speaker and the leadership. I may have no difficulty. We are serving the public, but we should be careful. If on State of the Nation, the President is sitting here, everybody in the gallery have to be acknowledged. Financial policy statement, everybody have to be acknowledged. We should find a way to do it much more neatly, if that is the wish of the Chair and the Speaker. It must be done, but done much more neatly and decently. Other than that, tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, long list. We know ourselves here, the Honorable Ablafa and Dr. Mafu is there. They do very well. So they must now be checking the names of the public who is here, whether we got it right or wrong. The public, we are here to serve you and we will serve you. But let not this detract from normal parliamentary business and dedicated Hansard business. I thank you, Mr.
Well, thank you very much. I think we will revisit this when leadership we meet. We will look at it vis-a-vis our standing orders position. So, former minority leader, I appreciate your concerns. So we tend, yes, honorable member for Padaso.
Honorable Speaker, still on page 9. My respected minority former leader, Aidoo, he normally refers to me as Dr. Mafo. Leader is Nyako. Thank you. So on page 9, item 6.
As Speaker, sincere apologies. He's my very good friend. He greets me every morning as Dr. Nyako. I'm sorry I got it as Mafo. Every morning. When he arrives here, he walks here as part of the respect to me as a president. Professor Nyako, he is.
Well.
Honorable Speaker, so
Prof, let's hear you.
Leader, I salute you. So on page 9, item 6, Roman numeral IV, the name for the Amnesty International rep, Genevieve Partington. I will be grateful if the table office take a real look at the name. It's supposed to be Partington, Partington. Maybe the handwriting might have caused that, but from records, it's Partington, not Partington. So please kindly cross-check and do that because thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, still on Madame Genevieve Partington. Professor Nyako is right. Partington has not been spelled correctly. And she's Miss, not Mrs. She's Miss. So the Mrs. should be corrected accordingly. And then, Mr. Speaker, still on that line, country director, the C should be caps. Country director, that is her position, the country director for Amnesty International. So capital C.
Honorable Okujetu, how are you sure that he is Miss and not Mrs.? It could be that he has become Mrs. within a week.
No, I know the family very well. That's General Partington's daughter. So I'm a close friend of the family.
Table, check the records. Check the records, and if
Mr. Speaker,
there's a need.
Partington's her maiden name, just for the record.
Very well.
Yeah.
So table, check the records, and make sure the writing is done. So let's turn to page 10. Page 10. We move to page number 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. And finally, page 15. Yes, honorable member for Northtown.
Well, Mr. Speaker, your guidance on this item number 16, the motion. I recall that the...
Which page?
Page 15. Page 15. Yeah. Motion number 16. Question proposed, debate arising, debate deferred. I recall that the Right Honourable Speaker was emphatic that the debate should be deferred to today because this standing orders has delayed, he said, for about 20 years. So he was very emphatic that the debate should be deferred to today. But we only have here debate deferred. I don't know if we should. So, because the Speaker yesterday was very categorical that it should be deferred to today for the avoidance of doubt. We were here when he made that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is true that the debate was to start today, but for very, very good reason. Following that suggestion, it has become necessary that the debate be deferred. And so I think that that should stand, and let's not disturb it. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Well, Honorable Okuyeto, that is the standard debate deferred. And when you look at today's order paper, it is there that debate will be continued. So that's the standard way of putting it. Yes, Honorable Member for Savdai.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, in respect of motion number 16 on page 15, when the motion was moved and seconded, I presented the committee's report, and so, but it's conspicuously missing. So, motion number 16. No, on behalf of the committee. On behalf of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, that has to be properly captured.
So what's your problem?
My problem is that it's not captured that I presented the committee's report. Yes.
And it must be accordingly. Yes. Very well. On behalf of the committee. Yes, he presented the report. Table. Look at it. So, honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 12 July 2023 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm dedicating myself to process and procedure, so bear with me. This is the second time I drew the head of clerk at table to this matter. When you take the order paper, you have seen in page 12, paragraph 24, page 12, Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022 at the consideration stage, advertised with amendments for purpose of consideration. Mr. Speaker, lawmaking in this house is regulated by the Constitution. Article 106 through up to 109 to 1121, it talks about Parliament. If a bill has not passed through second reading and you advertise for consideration, are you not sidestepping our judgment as members of Parliament? If we choose not to approve it as second reading, what happens to this, Mr. Speaker? So I have a difficulty with it procedurally. And Mr. Speaker, religiously we will demand respect to the letter and spirit of Article 106. The minimum. The Constitution says a minimum. That's why when they introduce bills now, for the new practitioners who are new MPs, we go to the Gazette date to find out whether it's been properly gazetted and have satisfied the minimum number of days that the Constitution requires that is gazetted. So why are you advertising for consideration stage of bills when the second reading of the bills have not done? And again, Mr. Speaker, for learners, our second reading is where we debate the policy principles, where our disagreements can be made known. You cannot jump my thinking into going for consideration when I haven't stated my position, whether I'm for it or I'm against it. So, Mr. Clerk, if I'm wrong, correct me, but need to have carried my practice and procedure books today to the House. So, Mr. Speaker, take note.
Well, leader, I think I am with you. Yes.
Speaker, I write to support Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Mr. Speaker, when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure that will have to be followed in exercising the right. Without the second reading, how do you move to a consideration stage of the bill? So we must complete the second reading. If the bill is passed a second reading, before it can be programmed for consideration. Because as a member of Parliament, without the bill passing through the second reading, how can I bring my amendment for consideration of the bill without passing through a second consideration? So this mistake has been happening over and over. It's about time attention is drawn to it, so that without the bill passing through second reading, we cannot go to a consideration stage, unless the bill is taken under a certificate of urgency.
Yes. I think you hit it right on the nail. Well, leader, we will look at it. You are consent. You look at it again. Honorable, we've already adopted the proceedings. You've adopted it. Honorable members, I have in my hands the 31st March 2023 official report. 31st March 2023 official report. Honorable members, I take it again. 31st March 2023 official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Friday 31st March 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, leader, are you following or we are?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are following the schedule. The Minister for Transport is here to respond to his questions. Thank you.
Yes. Notwithstanding the concerns raised by the former leader.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm coming.
follow the other paper. The first question was to the Minister of Environment. And
Honorable leader, I haven't called you. You don't have my. Honorable members, notwithstanding the concerns raised by Honorable Haruna Idrisu, let me use the opportunity to acknowledge our visitors from GES. Are you from Awutu and Senior East? We acknowledge you and we welcome you to the chamber. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader, let me hear you now. You're okay. So, questions time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 questions, and the questions are all to Honorable Minister for Transport. He has taken his rightful seats, so we'll begin from a member from Akan, Honorable Yao Gumado. Honorable Yao Gumado is not here. On question 1188. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So we will start from a member from Pro East, Dr. Kwabena Donko, on question 549. Question 549. Dr. Kwabena Donko, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport the policy trajectory on the development of inland water transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this particular question was asked and it was responded to on 28 June 2022. Mr. Speaker, the hand side will approve or disapprove what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, nevertheless, I'm still at your mercy. It's based on your direction, but this question has been answered on 28th of June. Mr. Speaker, I have the questions here. If the Honorable, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, listen to members on their feet. I don't know why the Honorable member on the seat is interject. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, the question has been admitted by you, and I'll be called upon to answer. But if I had already answered, it is also my responsibility to bring it to your attention for your further direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm at your further direction, and the answer department can either approve or disapprove what I'm telling you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable members, take your time. He's just referring it to me. Was that question posed by Honorable Kabadonko? The same person?
With your permission, if the minister knew that that question had been asked, the right thing would have been the minister to write to you formally as speaker. Because what happened is that when the speaker admits the question, the clerk at table transmits the question to you as minister. If you know it's in public record, you draw the speaker's attention. When you appear here, it is assumed that you are ready, you are prepared, and you are fired up to answer the question. So, Mr. Speaker, having appeared here, I want to make a passionate appeal to you. In our local parlance, there's a popular saying that Enamdodo and Senkwan. Please let him answer the question. Next to it, re-emphasizing, reinvigorating, reassuring a certain scenario rather brings clarity to the issue. So once it's here, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to you. The press, they are here. Let this not be an issue. Please answer the question. If there is a need for a follow-up, we'll do so. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister, do you have the answer?
Mr. Speaker, I have the answer with me, but I'm very surprised about the stand that the honorable member for I've forgotten your consent. The honorable member I just alluded to. Mr. Speaker, is the honorable member saying that if I hadn't written officially to this house, but the action has been taken, I don't have the right to remind you of it and to draw your attention to that particular action that has been taken? Is that what the honorable member is saying? I'm surprised.
Honorable Minister, for the time being, I think you will answer the questions, but I will direct the table that when a question is posed, let's do our research and make sure that that question, if it is the same question, we don't forward it for processing. So, Honorable Minister, for now, I will direct that you answer the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, yes, indeed, I'm repeating. I don't want to be contradicted. The answer that I provided, in order to prove to the House, Mr. Speaker, that the questions have been answered and that there is no variation in my answer, I'm going back to the 28th of June's answer that I provided this House. So that indeed,
Honorable, do you want to ambush him?
I have answered the question. Okay.
Yes, Honorable Member for Boko Central.
Mr. Speaker, the question is about a policy trajectory. Policy trajectory. Between when he answered the question and now, a trajectory. So you cannot say that because yesterday you answered a question on that policy, last year, if today we are asking for a trajectory of the same policy, Nothing has happened between last year and this year for you to come and update this house in terms of that policy. So you cannot say that the same question. It's a policy trajectory.
But, honorable member, it depends on the question, what the question is actually demanding. So if, according to the minister, if what the question is demanding has been sought for and has been provided to the House, in his honorable member, you've asked your question, I'm not coming to you. The point is, he is just alluding to the House that he has answered that question. But for now, I'm asking him to answer the question. But henceforth, I am directing table that we have to do some research and make sure that questions that has been asked, if it's the same question, we don't process it to the minister. So, honorable minister, kindly respond to the questioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the honorable member I think, why? That I should change my policy, because so far he is concerned, my policy trajectory keeps on changing every day. So if on 28th of June, and that's not a question, the
Minister,
my policy,
I've been advised.
Okay.
I've been advised that the question was asked last year, June.
Yes.
So, if it is within the same session, then your position can stand. Once we've gone beyond 1 year, something might have changed. So, you have to respond to the member. So, just answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question to me was by honorable member for Pro East, Dr. Kabedonko, did ask the Minister for Transport the policy trajectory on the development of the inland water transport.
Honorable member, did you provide the answer?
Yes. So that's the answer.
Honorable member, don't you have the answers?
I did. Other people today, I have a copy. Yes. Don't what I think.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer that I provided in my response to the House, like I said, that I did say that this question was responded on 28th of June 2020 as per the Minister of Transport letter referred. And I also said that a copy is attached to my response today. So that is what I'm going to do.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity. The answer provided in the order paper supplement is that this question was responded to on 28th of June 2022 as per the Ministry of Transport letter reference, and they said copy attached for ease of reference. So we do not have a copy of the answer that was given, so that we can at least look at the content of the and then do follow-ups if there's a need. And as Honorable Ayarga has said, if there has been a change in the policy trajectory, that is something that the minister needs to apprise Parliament of. So, Honorable Speaker, if we can get copies of the answer, it will be, it will make the question and answer session an interesting one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Speaker, if you look at the order paper addendum, page 2, the minister states that to the answer to the question and reference as he has read, that the minister is here to draw our attention to the fact that this same question was asked and answered. And I don't think the minister is out of place to draw our attention that the letter or the question that was sent to him, he had presumed or he has answered the question before. Now, if Speaker is directing that he should read the same answer or he should answer the question, Clerk have already informed Speaker that such question actually was asked and answered. So you cannot say that the minister did not
provide any answer. The answer he came to tell us was that the question was asked and answered and reference was given. So Parliament can just pull it out unless Speaker giving his new directive. Then he can comply. But you cannot.
Honorable members.
He has never answered that question. That's all right.
Let's exercise patience. You will get the opportunity to talk. Don't worry. Let him give opportunity to the leader. Your leader is up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be frank, we must be fair to each other. I was trying to catch your eye earlier on, but I couldn't. This is not the only question which has been advertised today, which had already been answered. A member on our side, when I called in that his question had been advertised, and that was the first question, Honorable Yahoo Gomado. He told me that with this question, he had already asked it and it had been answered. So he's not going to ask the same question again. But it has been advertised. So I was trying to bring to the attention of the House that there may be some mishap somewhere. If that is the case, then the class at table will go and reorganize the questions. Those that be answered, you take them out. That question might not be the same as the member who said his question has been answered. And the minister, knowing very well that he had already answered this question, came with the view that once he answered it in last year, June, he was not going to answer it again. That was the mindset with which he came. But it has ended up saying that once last year's policy might not be the same as this year's policy, because we passed a 2022 budget which carried government policy for 2022. We passed 2023 budget which carries government policy for 2023. So that particular answer might have changed. But since he didn't prepare to come and answer it, I think we might be fair to him in giving him the opportunity for the answer to be advertised either with other people addendum or in a future date for that question to be answered, if that is the path we want to take. But so for now, the answer given here, that with the copy attached, the copy might not be the same, Minister. Policy might have changed. So we may have to give you more time to go and bring out the new policy. Unless you want to tell us that your policy last year budget is still the same as the policy for this year's budget. So Speaker, that's what I wanted to bring your attention.
Very well. Honourable members, let me go to the owner of the question. Dr. Kwabedonko, are you prepared to take his answer, which has not been provided in the other paper? If you are prepared to take, then I will ask him to go ahead and read his answer. If you are not prepared, then I'll ask him to go and come back with a prepared test answer,
Mr. Speaker,
so that I come and read it for all of us to hear.
Mr. Speaker,
so I'm throwing to you whether you are prepared to listen to him.
Mr. Speaker, even before I answer that, I want to place on record that the wording is not exactly the same. The wording, so I will be prepared for him to go and come back, because the wording is not the same of the question.
Very well. On that note, that question is deferred. Table, take note. That question is deferred, and we move to the next question. My directive is that the owner of the question wants the answer to be in the other paper. So if he's not prepared to take an oral answer, I will ask that the minister will go and come back with a written answer. So, Honorable Leader, are you not okay with me?
I am okay with that, but I want to draw attention to the fact that we have similar issue here, so we deal with them at the same or together. The first question, number 1188, on the original order paper, page 2. Asked by...
That one has been addressed. The owner of the question himself has admitted that the question...
This is to the Environment Minister. The question has been answered and he's just brought a copy here. Okay, thank you.
Very well. So we return to question 1545. 1545. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nalgu Gambaga, Honorable Aidoo Isifu. Honorable, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport what plans his ministry has to increase the coverage of Ayalolo buses to the Nalergo Gambaga constituency. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the management and operation of Ayalolo bus services is under the mandate of the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Nevertheless, once the infrastructure is for the Ministry of Transport, I'll have a discussion with the Ministry of how possible they can extend the operation of Ayalolo bus to Nalego. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand that his ministry plays a collaborative role with the local government ministry to ensure that these services are brought to the doorstep of people and regions and constituencies who need them. I just want to find out, in that collaborative role, what information does he have to give us as far as these services, transfer of these services are concerned to my constituency? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
That is what I said, that under the partnership agreement that the World Bank brought in relation to this particular Ayalolo buses, the operational issue was left in the hands of Ministry for Rural Development and Local Government. Mr. Speaker, like I said, they are expanding some of these projects. I know that they've taken some to Kumasi and Takwadi and other places. So as the member put in the question, I'll have a further discussion with the ministry and see how ready they are in expanding some of these facilities to other places based on the bus availability. So I'm going to take it on board and have a deeper discussion with the Ministry of Local Government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Minister, if I got you right, the question should have been directed to Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. So, Honorable Member, I don't think we need to spread our heads on this. I mean,
Mr. Speaker.
Redirect the question to the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Metro Mass Transport Services, which is similar to Ayalolo, is under the Ministry of Transport. Is the minister telling us that Metro Mass is under Ministry of Transport and Ayalolo Transport is under local government? Is that what he's saying? And why the difference? You are the minister in charge of transport. Is local government ministry also running transport services
business
or para ministry in addition to the Ministry of Transport?
Transport business.
No, this is a substantive question.
Minister,
Yeah.
if you can respond to him.
Mr. Speaker, indeed so, Metro Mass per the arrangement is under the jurisdiction, both infrastructure and operation of Ministry of Transport. In the case of the Ayalolo buses, when the World Bank was bringing the facility in 2013 to 2015, they wanted to do a local government system of arrangement. So the responsibility were in three ministries: Ministry for Roads and Highways doing the dedicated bus lane, Ministry for Transport purchasing the infrastructure, and the operation was done in the local government system. And that is why, in terms of the operation, the mandate was with the Ministry of Local Government to deal with operational activities so far as the Ayalolo Baton transit is concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, honourable member, you should know what to do. Very well. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the long-standing members of the Committee of Local Government and Rural Development. And this matter of Ayalolo Transport Services coming under the purview of the Ministry of Local Government has never come to our note in any consideration of our budget or whatsoever. So I think it's a matter that this House must take, and the question must be redirected, and the chairman and ranking member, leadership of Local Government Committee must take it up. It must not be left to the honourable member alone to handle. So, Minister, we thank you for your redirection.
Very well. So let's turn to question 1760. 1760. And the question is from Honorable Musa Abdul Aziz Ayaba, member for Mion. Yes, Honorable Aziz, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Transport what the expected completion and operationalizational date of the Tamale International Airport. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tamale Airport Phase 2 was substantially completed in August 2022. Subsequently, operational readiness and transfer program commenced on August 2022 to ensure that potential risks involved in the transition process from construction to operational phase were carefully managed in order to avoid poor startup performance that can negatively impact the image of the country. Mr. Speaker, originally the terminal was scheduled to go live in December 2022 to simulate operations and effective integration of airport systems. The go live had to be postponed to pave way for completion of all requisite training, site acceptance tests, and systems integration. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this August House that having completed all these, the go live for operationalization of the new terminal building is scheduled for 31st July 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Aziz, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I have a supplementary question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Minister the date he has given for the go live, that's 31st July 2023. The date you have given for the go live, that is 31st July 2023. I would like to find out if it is the same day that passengers can start using that new modern terminal, or there is a different date set aside for that purpose. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, if it's a go live, it means that we've done all the testing in relation to our systems, linking it to our cargo system that they put in place to make sure that we are ready to go. So by all circumstances, 31st July this year, we are pretty sure that we will open up the terminal to the general public. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip.
Speaker, thank you. Just to ask the Minister, in his conclusion answer, he said that I wish to inform this August House that having completed all this, the go live for operationalization of the terminal building is scheduled for 31st of July 2023. My question is that, Minister, I have seen the beautiful work that you have done.
Is it possible you do a test flight before you go live to show, maybe to indicate whether how people will go through it before they go live?
Yes, Honorable Minister. If you are minded to say something.
Mr. Speaker, if you talk about testing, it is all part of the testing that we are doing now. Unless during the testing phase, because systems are in place, anything at all can happen. Other than that, it is part of the testing that we are doing. And by any circumstances, by 31st of July, I'm sure that all the testing will be done. And Ayaraga going to Boko will pass through Tamale. You will test the new terminal and you see how beautiful it is. And
he hasn't invited you. So let me take the second substantive question from Honorable Aziz on question 1761. 1761. Your second substantive question, Honorable Member.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again to ask the Minister for Transport when the phase 3 of the Tamale International Airport will commence, the phase 3. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, per our arrangement and the program we put in place, the phase 3 of the Tamale International Airport is at this conceptual stage. Expression of interest for engineering, procurement, contract, and financing is being prepared. And Mr. Speaker, when it is done, I'll come back to the House and brief the House. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Member, are you okay with it? Or you have substantive supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have one supplementary question.
Let's hear you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, the Minister, for these wonderful answers. But I would just like to find out, with the phase 3, if you can mention a few of the facilities we should be expecting. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records. Unfortunately, I have them. I don't have them as I need to mention. So I'll plead with the Honorable Member that you should give me, if you should give me time, I'll find the component and send it to the House so that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. But are you from Tamale?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Fortunately, my committee have been flying to Tamale to work, so we are interested in the airport. Honorable Minister, for the phase 3 financing, it is not being prepared. Do you have a timeline by which the financing will be sourced? Do you have an estimated timeline by the close of the year or next year? Can you give us some date in that regard? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, like I said, this House of Records, the timelines may be there, but specifically, I do not have it now, but if you give the budget, I will come back and let you know.
Thank you. Yes. Boy.
Mr. Speaker, if I heard the minister right, he said procurement process is ongoing. But he's unable to tell us when this project will commence. I want to find out from him whether there are no timelines in terms of the procurement process that he's going through. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, indeed I said so that we are going through the processes. I had also said so that things asking in terms of relation to the timelines, I will come back to the House and let you know when the procurement process will be ready, because we are doing a lot in terms of financing, engineering, everything. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member shouldn't worry. We are going through the processes. I'll brief the House whenever.
Very well, honorable member, don't worry. You come and brief the House. Yes, that's the final one I'm taking.
Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, since they will go live on the 31st of July, before they start the phase 3, if you visit the terminal, the new terminal, international terminal, you realize that there's no washroom for visitors unless you go inside. If you are traveling, unless you go inside. Is there any plans to provide something like that before, if you are not traveling and you are dropping somebody off, that you need to use the washroom before the phase 3 commences?
See, they are interested in Tamale Airport.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the House for the interest that they've shown, for the good work that we've done in Tamale. But Mr. Speaker, I will take the honorable member's concern and draw the attention of the engineering department to see if indeed there's no washroom, what is that we need to do, bring modification so that we can provide that one to the general public. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let him give the last floor to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I find out from the Minister the cost of the project?
Oh, honorable member, the cost, I don't think. Oh, Minister, I can tell you something. So I've shut that question down. So, leader, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the Honorable Minister, as he said, he is still looking for sourcing for funding for phase 3. For the phase 3. I know we started the phase 1 and we sourced funding for even the phase 2. Is there going to be a change in the phase 3?
Yes, the source.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the question to me was to find out who started phase 1, who started phase 2, who did the financing. The question to me was, how is the finance? Mr. Speaker, we are arranging for the financing. And when the finance, we are talking, I don't know whether the financing was what he arranged or what he did not arrange. The financing is that we are arranging financing for the construction of the project. So far as I'm concerned, the new started what? Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the honorable member is a magician for him to determine that the airport Tamale project that we did during our time, that his government is a magician. The top of the airport is passed, and it couldn't happen. I'm surprised about the level of question.
Honorable members, we move to question 1798. Question 1798. Honorable member for Pandu, Honorable Mrs. Delasua. Honorable.
Thank you.
You have the floor now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honorable Minister for Transport when rehabilitation of the Toko London port will begin. Minister, I'd like to find out when the rehabilitation for Pando Toko will begin.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ferry station at the Pando Toko and other ferry stations along the Water Lake have been of great concern to my ministry. To address the challenge at the landing site, the Water Lake Improvement Project, with funding support from the Korean Exim Bank, has commenced. Mr. Speaker, the project involves the construction, rehabilitation of 10 landing sites and reception facilities, provision of 5 modern ferries, as well as other infrastructure such as slipway, yard, access road support, VLTC social services along the Water Lake. Mr. Speaker, Pando Toko is therefore one of the landing sites earmarked to benefit from this facility. Mr. Speaker, as I'm talking to you now, Evaluation report has been completed for the expression of interest to engage a consultant for the project, and request for proposal has been prepared and submitted to the Korea Exim Bank, awaiting approval to issue to the shortlisted firm. Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that this House has approved the facility for the construction of this project. We are waiting for the Koreans to come forward or to come back to us based on the report that we sent to them, and when they give us away, because we are doing this in collaboration with them. And once they bring us the report or they approve the report of the evaluation, Mr. Speaker, we will proceed. But let me assure the honourable member that the funding has been secured as far as the Aidoo Tokwe project is concerned. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Honourable member, I hope you are satisfied. Well. You want to ask any further question? Okay, let's hear you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank the Minister for his assurance. The place is in a terrible state. It's very dangerous for life and property as well. But I want to find out if there are any timelines that I can assure my people that within such a time the project will begin. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, indeed, so my ministry had informed me about the deplorable state of that facility. We are trying to find a way to see if we can do some minor repairs for the people. But, Madam Honourable Member, like I said, we sent all the report to the Koreans, and the arrangement we had with them, based on the financing arrangement, they are supposed to approve the shortlist. I will not be. We sent it to them about 2 or 3 months ago, and I hope that by any other circumstance, any moment from now, we may get a report, or we may have the approval from them. Once that approval is given to us, we have no option than to proceed. And we are hoping that by the end of the year, we should go through all the processes so that we can start the construction. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister, if you are talking about minor repairs, it's very, very important. Can you give us some assurances that within a month or two, you do some maintenance work at the port to enable the pontoons land safely? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, I've asked the ministry, the technical team, to do an assessment for me. And once that assessment gets to me, we will look at our finances. But it's something that I'm very much concerned that we need to make the place a decent place for the people to use. So, Madam Honourable Member, I can assure you, I'm working on it. And I'm waiting for the report from the technical team. And once I get it, I will see what is that we have before we can even go into the major work that we are supposed to do.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kabenonko, this is Tokwe landing port. It's not in Yeji. Anyway, because he couldn't answer your question, I will give you the opportunity to ask the supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, the minister stated that ferry station at Aidoo Tokwe and other ferry stations along the Volta Lake have been of great concern to my ministry. That he further on goes on to say that 5 modern ferries as well as other infrastructure, etc., services will be provided along the Volta Lake. May I know if there's an allocation for these new 5 ferries, since some of the existing ferries have become death traps? Thank you. Allocation to Yeji, Dambai, among other ferry stations, since the ferries there have become death traps.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will check the ferry list. Then I will update him whether prove if it's part of it. But I know that we are 5. We have done the allocation, but I don't have the allocation list yet. So I will check and let you know.
Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, I would like to thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer questions from members. We thank you, and you are hereby discharged. Yes. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave to vary the order paper and for the Minister for Transport to lay the papers on page 4 and 5 on behalf of the local government minister who happens to be at retreat this morning. Thank you. Cabinet retreat this morning. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, objection. The Minister for Transport can do that on behalf of the Minister for Local. Except to add that, Mr. Speaker, individual members will need copy of those letters, those papers. The Honorable Asonafu South himself has made a personal request that his constituency is part of it and he wants to know what happens in the district. So, table office.
He wants to know what?
Normally what happens is that once they are laid, only few copies are printed for the committee concerned. But they are saying that they want a copy of their individual constituency so that they will be able to do their proper oversight since they are ex-official members in the assemblies. But there are many documents.
I think it's a proper request, and I direct that table office should make sure that all the districts concerned, their members of parliament are given copies. Table, I don't think this is a difficult thing to do. So if by tomorrow you can provide members, it will be. I don't think this is a very difficult thing to do. So, honourable members, we vary the order of presentation and move to item 7 on page 4, and that will mark the commencement of public business. Commencement of public business. Item 7, presentation of papers. The Minister for Transport will do that honors on behalf and for the Minister for Local Government, Education and Rural Development. Very well. So, to save you, we will ask you to bow once, and the table will read all the. So 7A.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ladade Kotopon Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Asene Manso Akroso District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Angloga District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Abakwa South Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bosontri District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Asunafo South District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ewutu Senya District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Obuasi Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Eastern Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Sunyani Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Banda District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ashanti Akim North Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tyne District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ejusu Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ikuapim South Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the German North District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Doma East District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brekum West District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kwadaso Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Bekwai Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Amansias West District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nsawam Adwejiri Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Takwa Inswem Municipal Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Doma West District Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tamale Metropolitan Assembly for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ketu North Municipal Assembly for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statements have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Local Government and Rural Development for consideration and report. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, once again, with your leave, we ask the Minister for Transport to present the following papers. To lay on page 6 from B to I. Thank you. Page 6.
Yes. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily this will not be any difficult request. But Mr. Speaker, the House is gradually losing its oversight responsibilities. This is where oversight takes place. Mr. Speaker, the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Postal and Career Services by the Minister of Communication and Digitalization, I will not have problem. But the Committee on Communication, Mr. Speaker, has 3 referrals from the Minister of Communication from 2015, 2016, and 2017. They've not presented report on this House. That of 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 have not been presented to the House. Last week, the 2022 annual report was presented on behalf of the Minister. So such things, this is the time, if the Minister for Communication were to be here, then we would have inquired from her why those of 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 have not been presented. However, 2022 was laid on her behalf. So laying papers on behalf of ministers, this is what can happen to us. So, Mr. Speaker, much as I'm calling on the Committee on Communication, the leadership to make sure that the report of those 3 years are presented in the House. Those 4 years or 5 years that the minister have not presented report must be presented to the office of the clerk for presentation to the House. And the minister herself must be present here. So Speaker, commend the Minister for Transport. Anytime there's something on transport, he does due diligence in coming. Yes. He is not a member of parliament. So Speaker, those who are members of parliament will not come and do their work, then no MP will come, then you are seeking his leave of the Speaker and that of the House to do the work on behalf of the MPs. Where are they? Where are the ministers? They are MPs. Where are they? So, Mr. Speaker, I didn't litigate that of about 40 papers to be laid on behalf of the Minister for Local Government. But for this particular one, to enhance the House effort in fact, making sure that proper oversight, Mr. Speaker, is done, let's request the Minister for Communication herself to come and lay this paper which is coming from her ministry. And Mr. Speaker, I want you to also direct the chairman of the Committee on Communication and the ranking member to present those 3-year reports for the House to take decision. And Mr. Speaker, to also direct that the minister should not only come, he must present the 2018 annual report, 2019 annual report, 2020 annual report, and 2021 annual report. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot take decision on the 2022 because the annual report comprises 2 years financial statements, and you can only access the financial statement of 2022 if only you have access to the 2021, and that has also not been presented. So we may be doing half work, which may not achieve any meaningful conclusion. So, Mr. Speaker, with this few appeal, don't let us litigate this. Where we can give him, we give him. But for the Minister for Communication, she must come and respond to our request. So, Mr. Speaker, with this, I don't think.
Honourable member, honourable leader.
This worthy request, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The papers, apart from communication, there are others. Sanitation is there, interior is there, youth and sports is there, environment is there, roads and highways is there, energy is there. My only plea is that fine, they must come. But I understand that all the ministers are undertaking retreat now, and that they are on retreat. Cabinet retreat, and that probably explains why they are not here. Honorable members, I mean, we don't need to spread our heads in this. I mean, no, I share the issue raised by the minority whip, but this particular instance, all the ministers are on cabinet retreat. And yes, Minister, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised at what my honourable chief whip is saying. This is not the first time that leadership has sought permission from you to allow a minister of state, a minister for transport, to lay a paper on behalf of his colleague minister. This is not the first time. And I'm even surprised that he's stressing that as for the communications minister, what should you stress on communications minister? All the ministers are not here. They've sought permission to attend cabinet retreat. And that honourable minister for transport lays the paper on their behalf. Why are you mentioning honourable communications ministers when she's not here? Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that a minister of state is laying a paper on
honourable minister, this is not the first time, but this we are pleading. It's not something that you can insist. God is the house, and we do things collaboratively. So, Minister, don't take it on that level. I mean,
leadership sought your leave to allow the speaker to.
Let me invite Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, just a small clarification. You said that the ministers are on ministerial retreat or cabinet retreat, because I've seen some 2 ministers here. I don't know whether they are not supposed to be part of the retreat. Asiama, for instance, whether he's not part of the retreat. You are going now. So it means that they could have been here. They could have been here before. If they are not taking their businesses serious, we don't have to wait for them.
Let's allow him to.
Mr. Speaker, you know I don't have problem. But the way the Honourable Minister of State at the Ministry of Works and Housing wanted to personalize it, it's not good. Mr. Speaker, I said Yesterday we were with the Minister of Local Government here. So when you saw permission for Minister of Local Government, we didn't litigate it. We know he's always very punctual. Those papers have been laid on his behalf. Even Mr. Speaker, as we speak, he has come. He's a cabinet minister, but he's here. But Mr. Speaker, ever since the Minister for Communication became a minister, not even a single one of an annual report on ministry on National Communication Authority has been taken. And you say I'm singling her out. 6 years or 7 years as a minister, not even one of your annual report from the National Communication Authority has been taken by the House. This is the emphasis I'm laying on that the chairman of the Committee on Communication must make sure that 2015, 2016, 2017 annual report, the reports of the committee are carried in this House. And then beyond that, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 annual report must be presented in this House. This is what I say. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Transport is here. His paper is here to be laid. The Minister for Youth and Sports was here. His paper is to be laid. The Minister for Environment was also here. Some of the ministers have been here. So don't say I'm singling out the Minister for Communication. You've not been fair to me. Mr. Speaker, why did I not litigate that of local government? Yesterday he was with us here. Today he's with us here. So if you say the Minister for Transport is saying that after this he's going to the retreat, which means the other minister could have come. And then after this they'll go. And then or they boycotted Parliament. Is it boycott? No, is it boycott? If it is boycott, let us know. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister can lay the documents on behalf of the ministers. But Mr. Speaker, those questions asked must be addressed. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, be quiet. You are not a member of Parliament. Be quiet. Mr. Speaker, I think our.
He can speak. Yes, he can.
Sit down. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, I think the leader.
Leader, take it lightly. I mean, they are friends.
Ended it. What is that? Is he a member of Parliament? Is he a member of Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, for the record, he cannot say he is not a member of Parliament. He is here. The minister is not here on his invitation. In Article 111, the minister is mandated by the constitutional law to be in Parliament. I accept the fact that he cannot vote, and we are not voting, and so going to be straight. So you cannot say that. So he should withdraw that. He has the constitutional right to be here. He should withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker.
Leader, you know something? I'm quiet because I know they are friends. That's why.
Yes, friends. Mr. Speaker, I know, and everybody here knows that as a minister of state, he can come and even participate in debate, but he cannot heckle. You cannot participate in heckling. The moment I started talking, the honorable minister met me with a strong heckling. That's why I was asking you to say that. But I think the minority whip has settled the matter. And as you can see, Honorable Dambotre here, the retreat has ended. They have closed the retreat. So those ministers should come in and then transact their own business so that we support them. But as the leader has said, I think they can go ahead and lay on their behalf.
Well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 6. Page 6. Page 6. Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Whilst the matter has been settled, and I believe it's been settled because you indicated that there are other ministers or other reports to be laid affecting other ministries other than the communication ministry. Mr. Speaker, when the whip spoke, he made mention of germane issues like 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 reports not presented, and yet 2022 is to be presented. As a backbencher who wants to learn, I want to put on record that at least all the others can go. And for the fact that some critical issues have been raised pertaining to the communication ministry paper, I think we must do this house some honor and ensure that the right thing is done. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you want to say something? Very well.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our last colleague who just spoke, who said, backbencher, he has to learn. But it's also important to note this week, I was called upon to some audit report.
Honorable members, let's listen to. We are all learning. There are so many things we learn each day. So let's listen to the minister.
Honorable Speaker, even though I was asked to lay and I stood up and bowed, I wasn't aware. I was not aware that those documents have been presented to Parliament. Because by law, the districts submit copies direct to Parliament, not through the minister. And they have had occasion of complaining to table office that much as that is the case, when you are placing it on the order paper, at least let me know. There are many times that I have come here to lay that paper, I was not in the know. So you see, it's not as if any paper that comes here is the minister who brought it. But yet we bow to it and we lay it. And again, Honorable Speaker, all these reports are presented here by the committees. So the question should not be created that is the ministers who present committees report or bring committees reports here to be laid. It's not the ministers. So if for some reason 2018, 2019, 2020 has not been done, it's important that we find out the reason why it's not been done. That's why we have committee system, we have chairman, and we have ranking members. And they should be the first point of call to explain to us why we have that case. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Local Government has raised a very profound issue. A very profound issue. Because clearly, we would expect that before papers are laid, and if it is the case that sector ministers ought to lay them, they should have foreknowledge about what is going to happen before it happens. So I think that this raises the fundamental issue of a systemic problem, so that we are all on the same page. I know that there will be some papers that would have to be laid by the ministers, and as the minister has intimated, other papers may come through committees, but there has to be cross-pollination, there has to be communication. If not, the House and the good people of this country are going to suffer, because the reports are very important. So if we do not plug these loopholes, it will give excuses to some ministers who don't want to do their work. So, Mr. Speaker, I call on you to use your good office to ensure that there is synergy as far as clarity with regards to who is to lay what is concerned, and that the requisite sector ministers are in the know. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you've spoken. Yes, okay, let's see.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Local Government is right that those in connection with his ministry came their audit report from the various district assemblies. So they came direct from the district assemblies to Parliament. He's right. But Mr. Speaker, the 2018, 2019, 2021, it was in connection with National Annual Report of National Communication Authority. The Minister for Local Government came here in 2009 together with me, and we've been members of the Committee on Communication. Those days, the National Communication Authority used to call on the committee to present even draft report to us before even presenting it to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the National Communication Authority does not bring their budget to Parliament. So it is their annual report that we know what is happening there. Mr. Speaker, for 7 years now, since 2015 to date, it is a hot issue that we are talking of. So that one could be singled out. That's why we singled your ministry out and we allowed yours to be laid. But that of the National Communication Authority, much has happened in that landscape. And we don't know what has happened there. And the House of Parliament cannot be in the dark. Parliamentarians need to oversight the National Communication Authority on behalf of the people of Ghana. So that is why I said, Mr. Speaker, direct that the chairperson and the ranking member must present the 3-year report. And the 5 years that have not been presented must be presented. So Speaker, other than that, we know Vodafone has been sold, Zain has been sold, but this House has no report of those entities that have been sold or bought. But we cannot be in the dark. That is what I was laying emphasis on. Not that I hate the Minister for Communication or whatsoever. But Mr. Speaker, after saying all those things, I said the papers can be laid. So the member for Kemba East was expecting that once I said the papers must be laid, your emphasis is that the main reason that I heard here, that you direct that the committee should expedite action on the reports and present them for the House, and that the minister, after this paper has been laid, must expedite action to make sure that 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 annual report of the National Communication Authority will be presented to this House, so that we know who bought Zain, how much, where is Vodafone. Then we know all those things. There is much happening that the House and the people of Ghana don't know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I want to draw attention to the Constitution, Article 103, Committees of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, subsection 3, Article 103. Committees of Parliament shall be charged with such functions, including the investigation and inquiry into activities and administration of ministries and departments as Parliament may determine, and such investigation and inquiries may extend to proposals for legislation. If for any reason something is expected from a ministry, and we have committees charged to be in charge of administration of ministries and the activities, right, Honorable Speaker, the first point of call is the committee. It's not the minister that Parliament should be talking of. They should ask the committee why such a thing has not taken place. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members. What committee?
Mr. Speaker,
what committee are you?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Communications Committee of this House.
Yes.
Fortunately, the leader who spoke, the chief whip, deputy chief whip, is also a member of the committee. Mr. Speaker, before we took the last budget, of the Ministry of Communication, these were the matters that were put before the minister, that until we take your estimate, before we take your estimate, you must present those reports. Which she did. I'm surprised that the leader is speaking about it right now. Perhaps he wasn't present when the reports were presented, but she has presented it to the committee. So if the reports have not been submitted before this house, we cannot blame it on the minister. You cannot blame it on the minister. And that has to be on record. The minister has made the reports ready and she has presented it to the Committee on Communications. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, before the minister will lay the papers, let me state this. Honourable Minister for Local Government has said something profound, and I think we should table should take note of it. I don't think it will be proper for the table to advertise papers or whatever it is in respect of specific ministers, while the ministers have not been informed. So, table, please take note. Once you advertise that a certain minister should come and do business here, I think it's proper that a day prior to the house, just place a call to the minister. Let the minister be aware that please allow me to let the minister be aware that today you have a business in the house, because you are saying this, but the minister is saying that these reports are coming from the committee and the official is not aware. Meanwhile, he has been tasked to come and lay the papers. So if the minister is not aware of a report of the committee of which he is supposed to be here to lay the papers, it will be a bit not proper. So, table, please take note of this. Even though the report has been submitted by the committees, once the minister is scheduled to come and lay, it's proper that you place a call to the minister that today you have these documents to lay, so that he will not be taken unawares. So, table, take note of that. Then, my second issue will have to do with the committees. The committee chairs and the ranking. There are a lot of reports that are still outstanding. A lot of reports. It's not only about communication. Of so many ministries and so many agencies, their reports run years. And I don't think it's proper for this house as overseeing the ministries and agencies. We don't get the reports to look at what is actually taking place, their financial issues and those kind of things. So, leaders of the committees, please let's take note of that one as well. It's not only about communication ministry. Almost all the ministries are having same problems. So, on that note, we will ask the minister to lay the papers.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I think you forgot to mention one person, which is the leader of government business. And I emphasize that because, right, Honourable Speaker, the leader of government business, who's the chairman of the business committee, has a critical role to play in this matter. On a weekly basis, we meet, and he is the one that brings up all the activities and the work that we are going to do in the ensuing week. And he has a responsibility, working with his team, to communicate with his colleague ministers. So I thought it was important that you add that. That's very important.
Very well. So let me invite you to page 6. Page 6, 7B. Honorable Minister for Transport, you do that honors on behalf of the Minister for Communications.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Communications for consideration and report. 7C, the Minister for Transport yourself.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report. Return to D, by the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Water Company Limited for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Works and Housing for consideration and report. Then we turn to Minister for Interior. Very well.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Prison Service for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Immigration Service for the year 2022.
Honourable members, those two statements have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Defence and Interior for consideration and report. We turn to F by the Minister for Youth and Sports.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture for consideration and report. Let's move to G by the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nuclear Regulatory Authority for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology for consideration and report. Let's move to H by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year 2022. Annual statement for the Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Department of Federal Roads for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the two statements have been duly presented. They are referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report. I.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company Limited for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the statement has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Mines and Energy for consideration and report. I will continue with the chairman, the J. Chairman of Finance Committee.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are taking item 13 on page 7, motion by Honourable Aveji.
Item what?
Item 13, motion on page 7.
Item 13. Is it page 9 or page 7?
Page 9. Page 9.
Very well. Honourable members, let's turn to page 9. Item listed 13. Motion by the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Chairman, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, I present the report of the committee, but I'll read just a portion and ask that the Hansa capture the entire report as having been read. Mr. Speaker, this report was submitted to Parliament and referred to the committee, and the purpose of the committee report, the audit, was for the Auditor General to ascertain whether reasonable assurance that the statement of foreign exchange receipt and payment of the Bank of Ghana was free from material misstatements. It was also to ascertain whether the Bank of Ghana had maintained a proper system of internal control as well as accurate and reliable records to safeguard the foreign exchange resources of the central bank. So, Speaker, I'll read the inflows and outflow of the foreign exchange for the year 2020. So, Speaker, the total foreign exchange receipts for 2020 was $12.81 billion. So, Speaker, this came from cocoa receipts, which was $1.4 billion, invisible receipts, $2.5 billion, and capital receipts, which is actually borrowing, $8.1 billion. So, Speaker, the total foreign exchange payments for the same period as of December 2020 was $11.69 billion. This was spent on forex sales, that is oil and non-oil, $4.2 billion, other imports, $157 million, capital payments, that is debt servicing and interest, the $6.5 billion, and invisible payment, $742.7 billion. So, Speaker, the total net position was $491 million positive. So, Speaker, this was compared to $1.679 billion as at December 2019. So it represents a downward movement of $1.188 billion, or 70.1 billion percent, 71.1% of downward trend for the net position. So, Speaker, it was observed that whilst the total foreign exchange inflow decreased by 3.52%, the outflow increased by 8.06%, resulting in a weaker surplus position. The overall effect of this situation may be a weaker foreign exchange reserve position of the country. So, Speaker, the total foreign exchange reserve position was $8.6 billion as compared to $8.4 billion in 2019, representing an increase of $209 million, or 2.47%. The committee noted that the increase in foreign reserve mainly was culminated from increase in gold, corresponding bank balances, foreign notes and gains, investment in GIB landing, and reserve in special drawing rights. So, Speaker, let me go to the conclusion. The Auditor General's opinion. In the opinion of the Auditor General, the statement of foreign exchange receipt and payment of Bank of Ghana fairly presents the foreign exchange position of the central bank for the year ended 31st December 2020. Conclusion. The committee has thoroughly considered the reports of the Auditor General and finds that the report have been prepared in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and submitted to the House in accordance with Section 20 of the Audit Service Act of 2000 at 584 and Article 184(3) of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report on the report of the Auditor General on the statement of foreign exchange receipts and payment of the Bank of Ghana for the half year ended 30th June 2020 and the full year ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member from Praeso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before us. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion ably moved by my chairman of the committee for this House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the consolidated statements of the foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2020.
Yes, Honourable Member from Praeso, before you continue, I would like to see this chair to the Speaker. So you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, while generally agreeing with the comments as submitted by my chairman, I want to highlight on point 5.5, which saw some reduction in the foreign exchange receipts from cocoa to the Bank of Ghana. And if you have to compare that to the 2020 report, you realize that there was a reduction in the corresponding period of 2019, which represents some 30.37%. Mr. Speaker, our committee observed that for 2020, 585,680 tons of cocoa beans and 273,335 tons of cocoa products were exported as compared to 613,184 tons of cocoa beans and 280,742 tons cocoa products exported during the corresponding period of 2019. And I would use this opportunity to call on government to put in more measures to increase production of cocoa and also the export of cocoa products, because this reduction certainly affects the foreign exchange receipts from cocoa to the Bank of Ghana. If you look at paragraph 5.7, which deals with the dealer commercial banks, we also realize that 23 dealer commercial banks facilitated receipts of foreign exchange inflows on behalf of their respective customers for the period ended 31st December 2020. And all these dealer commercial banks fully submitted their returns on their foreign exchange earnings to the Bank of Ghana for the period. The Speaker, our committee also noted that the period under review, the total foreign exchange earned through dealer commercial banks was $20 million. Also, all the 23 dealer commercial banks submitted their monthly returns during the period. And for us, this is commendable, and we want to commend the 23 banks for doing that. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I humbly urge this House to adopt the report as submitted by my chairman. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Leaders, how many from each side do you want to contribute? Or we just open it?
Yes, I think we do 1-1, Mr. Speaker.
1-1.
Right, Honourable Speaker, 1-1.
1-1. All right. Yes. Honorable Clement Apak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion that this House adopts the Public Accounts Committee report on the Auditor General on the statement of foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the half year ended 30th June 2020 and the full year ended 31st December 2020. Mr. Speaker, my comments will be brief and will be drawn from point 5.5, which has to do with cocoa receipts. Mr. Speaker, the report indicates very clearly that foreign exchange receipts from cocoa to the Bank of Ghana totaled 1,447,095 in 2020 compared to 2,116,093 for the same period for 2019. Mr. Speaker, this indicates a reduction of $642,098. That corresponds to a reduction of 30.37%. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that for 2020, 858,680 tons of cocoa beans and 273,335 tons of cocoa products were exported, compared to 613,184 tons of cocoa beans and 280,742 tons of cocoa products exported during the corresponding period for 2019. The Speaker, this also indicates a decrease in both cocoa beans and cocoa products. The Speaker, clearly, we are not doing well. And Mr. Speaker, I want to call the House's attention to the fact that this perhaps are some of the fallouts or the consequences of the illegal mining that we are witnessing across largely the cocoa growing parts of this country, where we have information to the effect that some cocoa farmers are selling their farms to illegal miners. There are also indications that some of these illegal miners on their own are invading and taking over cocoa farms. Mr. Speaker, we also know of the case of smuggling, where some cocoa farmers are smuggling their cocoa beans and other cocoa products across the boundaries of this country because of the low pricing that they get for their produce in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is very important, given that cocoa is one of the major cash crops that we rely on as far as our foreign earnings are concerned. So although I support the motion and I'm advocating for its adoption, I believe this should be a wake-up call for us as a nation and as a parliament to put in a more concerted effort to try and address these challenges so that we can maximize the opportunities that we have in terms of our cocoa industry. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Well, yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the committee for very thorough work done. There's very clearly one of the very important points made in this report is that we are still borrowing to run our government machinery. Ministries, departments, and agencies, and all the monies they are spending are all monies that are borrowed, capital receipts, and it stated that out of the 12.8 billion US dollars, 8.1 billion of that was basically borrowed money. And so, Mr. Speaker, it raises a very serious questions about the things we are doing to basically make sure that we raise enough revenue to basically run our government and make sure that we can really reduce how much we borrow. Mr. Speaker, it takes a lot to do that. But Mr. Speaker, when you read this report and you see a lot of these infractions, failure of other agencies, for example, to pay taxes. In 8.1, for example, the Ghana Revenue Authority make reference to oil marketing.
Sorry,
companies.
honorable member.
Wrong report.
Sorry. Yes, please. Your mic is not on. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully, the report we are looking at is the BOG report. What he's speaking to, we are yet to look at it. So what we are looking at now is the BOG report, and he's speaking to the other report instead of the BOG report. Respectfully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the correction. Mr. Speaker, well, I have too many reports here, and that explains it. But the important point that I wanted to make was that indeed it is right that oh yeah, of course, we are talking about forest, but I'm talking about the capital receipts that was raised, and I'm saying that basically that is borrowed money. Clearly so. Okay? That is not money that came from cocoa receipts. And so we need to do more to make sure that that number can go down and that we can raise enough revenue from our cocoa receipts. That's the point I'm making. So, but Mr. Speaker, more importantly, excuse me. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, as has been stated in the opinion of the Auditor General, the statements on foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana fairly represent the foreign exchange position of the Central Bank for the half year ended 2020. And the committee has thoroughly, as they stated, reviewed this and reports that the Auditor General finds the reports have been prepared in accordance with the accepted auditing standards. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for a thorough work done. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion ably moved by the chairman for Public Accounts Committee, motion number 13, that the Honorable House adopts the reports of the Public Accounts Committee and the report of the Auditor General on the consolidated statement of the foreign exchange receipts and payments of Bank of Ghana for the year ended 31st December 2020. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I want us to refer ourselves to paragraph 5.5 on page 9. Speaker, this is about the decline in cocoa production, and the earlier speakers have actually spoken on this issue. Speaker, the committee observed that the 2020 for the 2020 production 585,680 tons of cocoa beans and 273,335 tons of cocoa products were exported, compared to 613,184 tons of cocoa beans and 280,742 tons of cocoa products. Speaker, in actual fact, the actual production for 2019, that is 2018-2019, was 811,609,625, as compared to 770,691 for 2020. Speaker, the decline in cocoa production is indeed worrying. Speaker, I have the production figures for from 1999 up to 2022. Speaker, fortunately for 2020, production increased from 770,691 to 1,047,3
384.9375. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the following year, 2021-22, production dropped to 683,268,000. Mr. Speaker, a drop of 34.76%. Speaker, the following year, that is 2022, production as of now is around 641,173. That means we are not doing well either. Speaker, if you look at the production figures for Côte d'Ivoire, the average production for the last 5 years or so is around 2.2 million tons. Speaker, Cocoa Board is doing extremely well to address the challenges of cocoa production. Speaker, if you look at the productivity enhancement programs, Speaker, they are doing mass spraying, they are doing mass pruning, they are doing free fertilizer, they are doing hand pollination, they are also doing extension work. Speaker, they are also addressing the stolen shoot menace. Speaker, if Cocoa Board is doing all this and we are not retaining the crop that we produce, Mr. Speaker, it means the fruits of our labor will be enjoyed by other countries. Speaker, I'm saying this because there's enough evidence to suggest that the bulk of our crop is ending up somewhere. It's either going to, I wouldn't want to mention the countries, but undoubtedly, the bulk of our crop is going across the countries. Mr. Speaker, otherwise, it is surprising that we produce over 1 million tons in 2020-2021, then the following year, production will drop by 34.76%. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the issue about price differential should be addressed. So long as the price elsewhere is far more attractive than what we pay to our farmers here, farmers and other nation wreckers will continue to smuggle our cocoa across the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we'll urge the government to ensure that there's some parity when it comes to the pricing of cocoa to make smuggling unattractive. Mr. Speaker, the other reason why cocoa production is going down, Mr. Speaker, is also because of the stolen shoot menace. Mr. Speaker, Western region used to be the #1 cocoa producer in the country. But Mr. Speaker, if you go to Western North now, there's virtually little cocoa now. Stolen shoot virus disease has taken over completely. And Mr. Speaker, it is spreading to the other regions as well. Now the Ashanti region, Western South, Eastern region, large parts of the cocoa farms are endemic to this stolen shoot disease. Even though Cocoa Board is doing well to address this menace, I think we should do more to ensure that we tackle the stolen shoot control program and ensure that it doesn't spread any further. Speaker, the last issue that I want to mention is about galamsey. The Speaker, we have talked about this issue on several occasions, but very little is being done to control the galamsey menace. The Speaker, if you go to, again, Western region, Ashanti, and other parts where cocoa production thrives, Mr. Speaker, a large number of our farms are being lost to the galamsey issue. So, Mr. Speaker, unless we tackle the stolen shoot menace, the galamsey and the smuggling, cocoa production will continue to dwindle. So I will urge this House, to come together and ensure that we support the cocoa industry and ensure that we don't lose the industry to other crops. So, Speaker,
even though this is on a smaller scale, some farmers, cocoa farmers are selling their farms to for rubber cultivation as well as oil palm. So, Mr. Speaker, a number of issues will have to be addressed if we have to maintain our #2 position as the cocoa producer in this country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to urge the House to support the motion number 30 moved by our chairman. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
I now put the question. There's three more contribution. Yes, Deputy Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank and take this opportunity to thank the committee, for the support we continue to enjoy from them and the advice that they gave to us. I just want to draw the attention of the House to one thing that is really worrying. When you look at the full position for 2020, the net position was positive. The total receipts was about $12.1 billion, and then the total payments 11.69. So there was a net position of $491 million. But it's still worrying that our imports keeps going up. And as a country, the policy for us is to try as much as possible to grow what we eat and then to also manufacture what we import. And that is, for me, I believe, is the reason why the government of the day, which is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, brought in the 1D, 1F policy to encourage local governments, to encourage local private participation in the production of these imports. Mr. Speaker, it's been more than 18 months now. We have submitted many requests for the 1D, 1F exemption, and Parliament has still not been able to approve of these things. These things, I believe that if these companies, if they are approved, will give them some leverage to also to be able to compete with their counterparts outside, and thereby reducing imports at the end of the day. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want for Parliament to look at the 1D, 1F request of over 30 or 40 applications that are with us, and also try as much as possible to reduce our imports. Because once we approve these things, they are in a better position to produce. When they produce, we reduce our dependence on imports. Mr. Speaker, but on the whole, I believe that my colleagues have said it all. We really need to look at our cocoa receipts. A whooping drop of 100,000 tons, it's scary. And whatever we have to do to guard our borders so that our cocoa do not go out to other countries and they pass through the right channel, and make sure we benefit from the huge cost that we have invested in our cocoa. Mr. Speaker, on the whole, I'd like to thank the Audit Service and thank the Public Accounts Committee, and I ask that Parliament approves of this report. Thank you.
Yeah. Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of the adoption of motion number 13 at page 9 of the order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted. Yes, please.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are taking statements now. Thank you.
Sorry?
Speaker,
I haven't heard you.
Is it page 9? Motion 11 on page 9, please.
Honourable members, I would prefer we finish up with motion number 14. Motion number 14 on the standing orders, which we started yesterday. We need to complete it today before we deal with new matters. So I will call on the House for us to continue with the debate on motion number 14 at page 10 of the order paper. Any more contribution? The correction on your order paper should be that it was moved by the minority leader, but it was seconded by the honorable member for Okwakwe Central, Mr. Patrick Yao Buama, not by the member for Sabdai. He just supported, but he didn't second it. Please get that correction right. It was seconded by the honorable member for Okwakwe Central, Mr. Patrick Yao Buama, and is so captured in the votes and proceedings. So what is on the order paper is wrong. Yes. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on the report of the State Standing Orders Committee. Mr. Speaker, to encourage this House to adopt the report. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I will limit myself to an area that the report seeks to capture, and that is on page 18 of the report, the Committee on Public Administration and State Interests. Mr. Speaker, SIGA estimates that 40% of the assets of the Ghanaian state are held by state-owned enterprises. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the performance of the macroeconomy, and especially the debt burden on the Ghanaian state, state enterprises contribute a huge chunk of this debt. And therefore, this new standing orders, the proposed standing orders, recognizing this and setting up a specific committee on public administration and state interest. State interest here encompasses commercial interest as well. We believe will strengthen the hand of Parliament in providing proper oversight over particularly state enterprises, more so the commercial ones. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Cocoa Board, for example, has consistently over the past 5 years incurred losses, whereas its bureaucracy has expanded. And not just Cocoa Board, a number of state enterprises are recording huge losses. Decisions are taken without a business case. And therefore, I believe the new standing orders providing for this committee, and if the committee is well directed and well resourced, can bring a number of these private entities into under the strict control of Parliament, control in the sense of these enterprises providing what they've been set up to do. Mr. Speaker, this is more so important because the Attorney General came to this House and categorically stated that the Auditor General has no powers to audit private limited liability companies that are state-owned. And that is, I believe, the correct position of the law. And therefore, going forward, the Auditor General will not have the power unless the Audit Service Act is amended or some other amendments are made. And so it's going to become very imperative for Parliament to exercise greater oversight. Mr. Speaker, on this basis, among others, I support and urge the House to adopt the report of your committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any more contribution? Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute in support
of the motion under reference for the adoption of the report of the Standing Orders Committee, recommending to the House to adopt the review standing orders by resolution under a power conferred on us by Article 1101 of the 1992 Constitution instead of Article 11(7). Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to place on record that standing orders as a rule that governs this House is a communicative action, is an instrument of social engineering, and just like a law, it must be in aid of development and must take into consideration the current best parliamentary practices all over the world. Mr. Speaker, in coming out with the review standing orders, the committee did very well by making reference to the standing orders of the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, the rules of procedure and conduct of business in the Lok Sabha, that is the Indian Parliament. Speaker, the rules of procedure and the standing orders of the National Assembly of Kenya has also been taken into consideration. That of New Zealand has also been taken into consideration among other relevant documents, and then books written by eminent parliamentarians was taken into consideration. And it has brought about a lot of innovation into the review standing orders. And I believe strongly, if the report of the committee is adopted and the review standing orders is adopted by a resolution of this House, it will go a long way to actually regulate the conduct of business in this particular House. Mr. Speaker, some of the innovation brought about in this particular standing orders is captured by paragraph 4.0 of the report, and by way of rehashing, if I may mention a few. In the new or revised standing orders, we have the backbenchers' time, which I believe strongly every backbencher will be happy about. We also have a procedure for secret voting in this particular House, which will help the House resolve a lot of issues relating to voting in the House. We also have audience to head of independent constitutional bodies. We have disclosure of interest. Mr. Speaker, we have fiscal impact analysis in respect of bills. Mr. Speaker, we then have a winnowing formally being introduced. Mr. Speaker, we have a consideration stage of a bill, an incorporation of amendment prior to a third reading of a bill. Mr. Speaker, many a time, after consideration and possibly second consideration of a bill, we move to a third reading of a bill without ensuring that whatever amendments that we have done to the bill are really incorporated into the bill before moving into a third reading of a bill. But the innovation being brought by the review standing orders is to the effect that after the amendment of a bill, the proposed amendment to the bill must be incorporated into the bill for us to be sure that the bill that we are going to read for the third time, all those amendments are captured before the motion will be moved for the third reading. Mr. Speaker, the review standing orders is also establishing the Committee on Ethics and Standards. It's also establishing a Committee on Development and the Economy, establishing a committee, the review standing order is establishing budget, a committee also, is also establishing a committee on ways and means, is establishing a committee on independent constitutional body. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee has brought about a lot of innovation, and if the review standing orders is adopted by this particular house, it will bring the conduct of business in the house in line with the modern international parliamentary practice. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that this house is exercising the power conferred under Article 110 plus 1 of the Constitution to adopt the standing orders by resolution, but not under Article 11.7 by way of regulations, legislative instrument. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying so because Parliament is a master of its own rules, and in making the rules, if you subject it to Article 11.7, then it means that you can no longer be a master of your own rules. But if it is under Article 110 plus 1, then the Article 110 plus 1 is stating that Parliament may by law, subject to the provision of this Constitution, Parliament may by standing orders regulate its own procedure. Therefore, in regulating your own procedure by your standing orders, you must come under Article 110, but not under Article 11.7. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the report of the committee and urge the House to adopt the committee's report and pass the standing orders by a resolution. I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a contribution to the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the review of the standing orders have been in the pipeline for a long time. I remember the 7th Parliament leadership tried for us to get it done, but at a point in time, it was curtailed. We couldn't
Honourable Member, in view of the time, let me give the appropriate directive. Having regard to the state of business in the House, I direct that sittings be held outside the prescribed period. Please, you may go on now.
So, Mr. Speaker, like I was saying, this review of the new standing orders have been in the pipeline for a long time. I think the House have tried during the 7th Parliament to see how we can get it done.
The House has been trying since 2002. Since 2002, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it means it has been on the drawing board for a long time. I think it is time for us, the 8th Parliament, to get to see this done finally. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the new standing orders, these are issues or how the proposed new committees have been structured are to reflect, if you look at the best practices elsewhere. And as a parliament or as a house, we cannot be static to, let's say, the old rules for a long time. When things are changing, you have to adapt to the new changes and be able to address issues properly as a house. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that if you go to other parliament, some of these new committees that have been proposed in this new standing order review are already existing. And we always visit there and we see them how they work. Even in certain instances, even in some of the committees here that we have,
You see one committee, you ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, every day, like myself, I used to, when I became a member of parliament, the first thing that I said, I want to be on committee of finance. You ask yourself, why do you want to be on committee of finance? Somebody said, I want to be on committee of energy. We can always have a limited number of people on each committee. And Mr. Speaker, in order for us to make all committees attractive, for people not to be rushing to belong to other committees, it is important that we spread and create other more, let's say, committees that people see that they are more efficient, which they can. Because, I mean, Mr. Speaker, the fewer the members on the committee, I'm not saying currently we are not working, but the lesser the number, how effective that they will work. So I believe that we don't have much time on our hand. This is the right time for us. We can no longer share the passage of this new standing orders. This is the right time for us to look at it and get it done and to be in the records. And I'm sure members in the House will all support for us to get it done. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and thank the committee very much for working all this while to get things done properly for us to get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mama Yarga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to commend the members of the committee that diligently reviewed our standing orders and came out with these proposals, which are the subject of consideration today for adoption by the House. So, Speaker, it has been long overdue for us as a House to review our standing orders and take into account our experiences in the practice of parliamentary democracy and the challenges that have confronted us over the years. For me, it is even more commendable that it is happening under your leadership, because there's no other person better qualified to guide this process than yourself, who has served both as a majority leader, as a minority leader, and I believe you chaired and ranked key constitutional committees of this House. And now, Mr. Speaker, after being a deputy speaker, you are now speaker and you are guiding this process. Mr. Speaker, I have looked at some of the key recommendations and find them very commendable. Mr. Speaker, we now have some proposals to cover areas that in the past tended to be a bit controversial, and we have debated them in this House. And in recent times, you have given guidance on how to deal with some of those issues. And now we are cementing them into specific provisions of our new standing orders. So, Speaker, I recall the debate that took place around the question of whether heads of independent constitutional bodies should be admitted in this House. And I recall I was one of those that had doubts about whether or not we could allow them to appear before us. But clearly, Mr. Speaker, in this day and age where constitutional bodies are playing very key roles, and there must be a mechanism for holding them accountable, we will deny ourselves an opportunity to use the tools of parliamentary processes to hold these institutions accountable if we don't grant them audience. And so the proposal that allows us to give audience to independent constitutional bodies to appear before us, given that they are not under sector ministers, and the existing rules only allow sector ministers to appear before us and answer questions. If we stick to the existing rules, we will deny ourselves the opportunity to hold independent constitutional bodies accountable by the mechanisms of parliamentary oversight that are known to us. Mr. Speaker, we have also made some proposals relating to the issue of vote of censure, and I recall how you had to give a very elaborate ruling on this matter when for the first time we were confronted with the challenge of how to deal with the question of the right of a minister who is a subject of a vote of censure to be heard through counsel, and whether or not, we should elongate the process to create room for some hearing that gives the minister an opportunity to defend himself. I see that the proposals that we have today will provide some more elaborate framework for dealing with that very contentious matter. Mr. Speaker, so many proposals have been made, and I don't believe that I alone should dilate on all the issues, and I will give my colleagues the opportunity to also speak to some of them. But a key development is the increase in the number of committees and the areas of oversight. Clearly, as a country, we have expanded significantly in terms of our governance institutions, and many matters have now come under the ambit of some governance institutions, and yet the existing committees, I believe, do not adequately cover the whole gamut of governance and also build in them the right expertise to be able to deal with these issues. And so when we create more committees, specialized in different areas, and give ourselves the opportunity to build the competencies of these specialized committees, we may have a better go at, our oversight responsibility in terms of these areas. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, we also stand the danger of fragmenting committees in this House to a point where perhaps committees may begin to have some conflict in terms of their various responsibilities. And so it's an area that we need to be very careful, even though some members are very excited about the dismemberment of the Finance Committee.
There is no proposal like that in our report.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, the Finance Committee, the role that they have played in the past, looking at the budget, looking at loan agreements, looking at financial instruments, and etc., Mr. Speaker, clearly, overloaded that committee with so much work. And I believe that if you look at governance, the whole idea of, budgeting and the whole process and the issues that go into budgeting, I mean, it's not necessarily the same as financing. And therefore, to take a budget and say only members of the Finance Committee, I think that it's been a flaw that has been something that we should have done long ago. And Mr. Speaker, I think that this new arrangement, where we have specialized committees that look at budgets, that look at finances and loans and etc., will give us a greater opportunity to scrutinize and deal with the challenges of governance that confront us today. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend some of the changes whilst noting that we run the risk of some, disputes, some misunderstandings in the future as to the roles of some of the new committees that we are proposing. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, it has to be known that at all times, our standing orders must run a satisfactory test when measured against the Constitution. At all times. Because we cannot arrogate to ourselves powers that the Constitution clearly does not intend to give to us. And recently, we saw it in the Justice Abdullahi case, where the Constitution, was tested in relation to our standing orders, and the Supreme Court reminded us that at all times we are subject to the Constitution. And so in reviewing the standing orders, let's be mindful of areas where we appear to be trying to act either outside the Constitution or to create a situation where we may appear to be above some forms of constitutional scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, I haven't seen those ones. There are some gray areas, such as areas relating to the question of our immunity in terms of serving as jurors, and then also the very vexed question of how service is effected on Mr. Speaker, on the clerk, on members of parliament. And I, as a person, of course, Mr. Speaker, if you recall, I have sought to fight this in court in a matter in which I was personally involved, and the courts have always tended to take a certain posture, and this parliament has always also tended to take a certain posture in terms of how to protect its members. Mr. Speaker, I hope that these new standing orders that we have reviewed and are enacting will stand constitutional scrutiny when we waive them before the court. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion that we adopt the report. Thank you very much.
Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me also join my colleagues to congratulate our colleagues or members of the committee that put together this beautiful work. Speaker, just as much as I commend them, I just have a little observations to make with regards to some of the committees. Mr. Speaker, for instance, the appointment committee. It is a beautiful idea that the committee is now chaired by a member from a party that is not forming government as captured. But I was also of the view that with regards to ministers who have been vetted and approved by the committee, if they are reshuffled one way or the other, we do refer them back to the committee for them to be vetted again. But if there could be a way of saying that if a minister, you are appointed, you face the same committee, you have been approved by the committee, Parliament have approved, and you are reshuffled, they should be able to have a look at it because it's not captured in the standing order. And since this is a new committee, Speaker, also I've realized that
yesterday we handled that issue, guided by the decision of the Supreme Court in J.H. Mensah versus the Attorney General. So these are not things you have to capture in the standing orders.
Thank you, Speaker, for your guidance. I was not here yesterday. And Speaker, with regards to the reduction of members of the committee for its effectiveness, I've realized that the number have been reduced from the 18 to 31 as we have at the moment to 13 to 18. But Speaker, I think for effectiveness, we could further bring this down from 9 to 13 because we have a lot of committees now as compared to previous committees. So I think that even the 13 to 18, we can still bring it down a bit, either to 13 to 15 or 9 to 13. That will still bring effectiveness.
For your information, we got the information from you, the whips, that if the number was reduced to the 9 to 13, a number of the members of Parliament will not get some committees. It's the sharing formula that has made it difficult for us to reduce it further. So that is one of the reasons why it even delayed the report, because we have to look at it properly and make sure that every member is properly positioned in at least 2 or 3 committees to be fair to all members of Parliament. So we were compelled to up it to the 18 to capture that.
Thank you, Speaker, but I still think that a further consultation, either 13 to 15, we will still be able to have every member. But I still think that the 18 is still on the higher side if we actually want to achieve the effectiveness of these committees, because we have introduction of very beautiful committees like security and intelligence, ways and means, human rights, and other things. So if we still bring the number down, 18 is still at the higher side. And Speaker, on the first timers day, it's a very beautiful idea.
Deputy Minority Leader wants to say a word. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on point of information. Mr. Speaker, this matter was extensively discussed. At the time, both whips agreed that the number 13 is inadequate, and you end up depriving some members from serving on critical committees. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, the decision was taken to increase the number to say 18, and that is what we agreed on. So I'm surprised that he is arguing against the decision that was taken by the whips and the leaders. Mr. Speaker, the 13 clearly could not be done because we were having some committees by half. Committee of Finance, for instance, is currently 25 members. If you are to bring it to 13, you are moving about 12 members away. Mr. Speaker, that is why we said that the minimum should be the 18. And so this has been agreed on. Him talking about this is taking us back. So please, I urge him to stay on course and not to go to that tangent, because we discussed it and moved away from that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I can only add that your sentence that it needs further discussion. He used 1 whole year to go through this issue alone. A whole year, starting from Honorable Montaka. If he had been here, he would have, affirmed what I'm saying. He was one of those who took it seriously because of the numbers, and then also the majority leader. And so there was a stalemate, and we allowed them to negotiate this for a whole year, and finally arrived at these figures. I know some people think that the 18, as you are saying, is high, but if we reduce it further, you disadvantage some members of parliament. But we want to be fair and infuse some justice and equity in the distribution of the committee. So members are not given a committee like Office of Profit, 30-something members. Office of Profit, how many people apply for processing to indulge in other businesses that will earn them income? Just a few. And that place, as you people always say, is not attractive. Or another committee is poverty reduction, 30-something members. Government assurance is a very good committee, depending on who is the chair, because that's a very powerful committee. And so there are a lot of things that we took into consideration in arriving at the numbers. Then we looked at the Public Accounts Committee and the load of work on the Public Accounts Committee, and we thought that they should be given the opportunity to be able to set up subcommittees to handle specific areas and report to the main committee for the work to be expedited. So a lot of things went into those decisions, but definitely you are entitled to your opinion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for your guidance. But Speaker, if you read the committee report on page 17, just the conclusion part of the reduction in membership, it says that the restructuring of the committee is to guarantee better effectiveness, functionality, effectiveness, efficiency, and scrutiny of the committee. So my argument here is not what the minority leader is saying in trying to get committee for members, but that's what I'm saying. If 13 is inadequate, or we'll be able to shortchange people, but at least 15 is still okay for us to achieve the same objective of which the reduction is meant for. But Speaker, like I said, I've been properly guided by you. Speaker, the other observation I have made, which I might need guidance or clarity from you, is the committee of the whole. Many a time when we are doing committee of the whole, until one occasions that I realized. We always say that we don't need the media to be there. The committee of the whole is for us to judge the whip's briefing on critical matters that affects members of parliament. And I've also cited in the report that committee meetings can be in camera. And for that matter, I don't know whether the committee on the whole will also be something that when we are going to have such committee meeting, members, media and other people who are not members of parliament will be present to hear or see what actually we are going to do.
There is a difference between committee of the whole and closed sitting. Committee of the whole is a committee and the media are allowed inside. But closed sitting, the media will not be allowed in closed sitting because sitting in camera. But for committee of the whole, you are discussing something of public interest. And so they are entitled to be part of it.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, the other thing
you have
is
a point of order? Okay, please continue.
Private member bills and motions as captured in the committee report. Speaker, going through it, I haven't seen any policy to regulate the admission of private member motions or bills. So if such thing can be added, the policy to regulate it. I know admissibility of private member motion definitely lie on the Speaker. Sometimes it is as a surprise. You could belong to a caucus and we are in leadership, we don't know. A private member will bring a motion, there's no proper regulation. Before you realize, Speaker admit it, and it is just coming as a surprise to us. So I would suggest that if there could be a policy regulation for the admission of private member bills or motion. Speaker, the last one is the first timers or backbenchers day. Speaker, we have critical important things that normally happen within every year, and if that too can be added, because I could only see statements for them to make statements, for them to move motions. But we have important days like the budget, reading of the budget, the media budget review, the State of the Nation address, that if actually backbenchers could also they could add it that backbenchers on these special occasions will be given an opportunity, since there are very special occasions that happen in every year, the budget, the State of the Nation address, and the media. Speaker, with this little, I thank you and I support the adoption of this report. Thank you.
Honorable members, with your kind indulgence, I just use 5 minutes. Suspend sitting for 5 minutes, I'll be back.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Bejra.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support the motion and also add my voice to the review of the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for almost 16 years, and when we came in 2009, one of the things that we heard was that the standing orders were going to be reviewed. And we're so elated because we were told at that time that some committees will be chaired by the then minority, and those of us in the majority will have a bigger share. For all these years, Mr. Speaker, the Standing Orders Committee has not come out with a review of the standing orders. But today, in this August House, chaired by Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagwin, leaving a legacy that the standing orders after 70 years is under review and will be reviewed today for us to have a new standing orders. Mr. Speaker, going through your committee's report, I must commend the committee for bringing into 4 new dimensions that internationally accepted procedures in many parliaments have been considered. One of them has to do with what we call the Open Parliament Declaration. There are 2 issues clearly that your standing orders have been taken care of under the Open Parliament Declaration. One is a petition. Mr. Speaker, the petitioning system in our parliament, as per the previous standing orders, do not give clear direction as to how petition will be received in this house or in the chamber. But the new standing orders give clearly direction as how petitions will be received in this house. The other one has to do with committee hearing or committee works in the open. When we talk about open parliament simply means that you are meeting the citizens at a point where they can also see what parliament is doing. And clearly, if we have closed sitting for various parliamentary committees, citizens who have sent us to parliament will not know exactly what we are doing at the various committee levels. And so for us to incorporate it in this new standing orders clearly shows that we are moving from the old way of doing things into a new way of doing things where internationally accepted practices are being brought into being. One of the key issues that has been clearly been taken care of has to do with the issue that has always been in this house, in this chamber. That when people come to this house, either you sign a name or you don't sign a name, and then we come back to say, oh, I was in the chamber, my name has not been captured in the vote and proceedings. This standing order clearly shows how your name will be captured in the vote and proceedings, whether you were in the chamber or you were not in the chamber. And so that has also been settled by the... Another issue that has also been settled, Mr. Speaker, which has to do with the Constitution. I've noticed that ministers of state who have businesses, who are doing businesses, the Constitution says that members of Parliament or ministers of state are supposed to take certificate from the Speaker. But often than not, it is only members of Parliament who goes to the committee to have their businesses being regulated or businesses being accepted by Speaker to allow you to do business. But ministers of state are not, they don't even come. I've never heard any minister of state being called or appearing before a committee on members holding profit. I've never heard it since my being in this house. But now this standing orders clearly shows that if you are a minister and you want to do business, and I believe most ministers are hearing us, and those who become ministers in the 9th parliament, including myself, when you want to become a minister, you make sure you bring your certificate for it to be accepted by the Speaker to give you, license before you can practice.
you don't do business anyhow. Once the constitution says that you must have a certificate from the speaker, but they don't do it. Ministers of state do not do it. It is only members of parliament who does those things. Mr. Speaker, having said that, there are few issues that needs clarification. One has to do with the Committee on Parliamentary Affairs. Reading your committee's report, it's a realignment of a committee that has to do with Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. And Mr. Speaker, I ask myself, what about if the next government decides I will not have a Minister of Parliamentary Affairs? So that committee will not do any work, the 13 and 18 members will not do any work at all. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly your committee needs to look at this provision again. With your permission, still, if you allow me, I'll read, Mr. Speaker, still in furtherance of the realignment of committees for effective and efficient oversight, a Committee of Parliamentary Affairs has been composed to consider matters relating to the institution of Parliament and the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Institution of Parliament and the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. What about if there is no Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs? So, what work would the Parliament, the House Committee be doing? The House Committee is supposed to look at the institution of Parliament, your welfare. And so we still have the House Committee in the standing order, the entire standing orders. And then you have another committee on parliamentary affairs. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at that. The other one, Mr. Speaker,
since you asked for clarification, the clarification is that as the chairman of the committee, the clarification is that there is now a general acceptance that there will be always a ministry for parliamentary affairs. That is the acceptance. I was of the view that you just expressed, and on a number of occasions I expressed that and opposed it, but now it's come to be accepted that we will always have a ministry for parliamentary affairs to be at cabinet, to always be giving information and policy guidance on issues concerning parliament. The judiciary, we have the judiciary committee here, also looking at the judiciary, but the movement is towards separating the Attorney General from the Minister for Justice. That is also another thing that will be taken on board, not by us, but by the country in the constitutional review. So some of these things are a bit forward-looking to make sure that we expand the frontiers of governance and also the oversight function of Parliament. So we looked at all those things before arriving at that committee. Just clarification. You can go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know when you were majority leader, you were in the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, and then we were backbenchers, and you opposed it vehemently that you don't want to be a Minister of Parliamentary Affairs. So today, if it has changed, then we thank God. But it is in the future. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Bills is another area that needs to be clarified. Committee on Bills, Mr. Speaker, it's a laudable idea to have a committee that will consider bills, and when there's any subject matter, the Committee on Subject Matter, the leadership of the subject matter will be asked to join the Committee on Bills. But I'm beginning to find, to wonder, the Committee on Bills and Committee on Winnowing. Committee on Bills, Committee on Winnowing, and then Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, that in the previous, standing orders looks at, the current standing orders looked at all this. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about Committee on Bills. It works vis-a-vis the Committee on Winnowing, the Committee on Constitution, Legal, Constitutional and Parliamentary Affairs in the current standing orders that looks at bills. Now, we still have the Constitution, Legal and Constitutional and Parliamentary Affairs in the standing orders. But we'll have Committee on Bills, which will take care of, if there are any subject matter, the leadership of those subject matters will be added to the Committee on Bills. Now, won't there be a role conflict between Constitution, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs and that of Winnowing and Committee on Bills?
These are bothering my mind. Maybe the Speaker...
We don't have a committee on bills. We have a committee on private members' bills and motions. That is what we have proposed. A committee on private members' bills and motions.
Mr. Speaker,
there will be an error if it is a committee on bills. It will be committee on private members' bills and motions. And the issue was raised here. There is a need for us. We already have a policy guidance and a document printed and circulated on how to process private members' bills. But in processing these current private members' bills, we are having challenges. So we want a committee to be set up to handle that one on private members' bills and motions. My attempt has been to try to remove too much discretionary powers in the hands of the Speaker, particularly as the Speaker is not a member of Parliament. The mandate the electorate give is to the member of Parliament, and the members decided that by our concept, they want somebody to lead them who is not partisan. And so you come and elect a Speaker. That is why the Speaker, if elected, if you are a member of Parliament, you are elected a Speaker, you have to resign your seat. And so that person should not have so much power that he sometimes clocks the mandate that is given to the members of Parliament. And so that's why we are setting up all these committees to take up those functions, so that the mandate is really with the members themselves, not with the Speaker. And I think maybe if we say committee on bills, then it may be reference to committee on private members' bills and motions. Draw my attention.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Page 19, item 5.29.8, Committee on Bills. The committee proposed the establishment and the composition of a committee on bills. The committee will be mandated to generally consider all bills, except bills on finance, constitutional and legal matters. The creation of this new committee will ensure that the committee is fully dedicated to the consideration and scrutiny of bills, while subject matter committees are dedicated to ensuring the needed oversight. So, committee on bills, Mr. Speaker.
I've seen it even at page 17, where they stated new committees. Yes, it's also there. And I also read that one there. Yes. So it's something that, as we said, we'll have to look at. I noted it, and I also emphasized that it's something we have to consider. And that is why you are to debate this report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please, as a point of order, because he's still on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, having said that, the last issue, I realize that my colleagues are itching to speak, has to do with appointment committee, Mr. Speaker. The new leadership, the chairmanship or leadership of the new committees, we have appointment committee being chaired or ceded to the party that is not in government. Which side? Mr. Speaker, I think that we should have maintained the status quo, where the leadership of the appointment committee should have been with the party that is the ruling, that is in government, where for me, the chairman of the appointment committee should have been a leader of the house, a leader of government business, so that at least information, as we know, will flow very well than giving it to a party that is in opposition. I'm not saying that because next 9th Parliament, my party will be in power, and therefore I will not be happy that the opposition or the minority or other group will be chairing the appointment committee. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at this one well, so that we maintain
leadership of appointment committee, at least appointment committee, should be in the hands of the ruling party. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
On clarification, at least as Speaker, I have residual powers. I am the chairman of that committee. The system we have, just a minute, honorable members. The system we have, a minority party can be in power. Now, experience has shown that the nomination comes from that minority party. The majority in parliament are not in favor of that nomination. The scrutiny of the nominees should be based on meritocracy. But you are going to deal with governance of the whole country, not other considerations. So far, our experience has shown that not all the information is made known to the members. And so when you have somebody not chairing the committee who is not in power, the information that comes will be made available to all for you to be in a better position to assess the nominees. But usually, you have confidential reports that are sent. I don't know how many members of the appointment committee get access to the confidential reports. Please, we want open governance. We want people of merit to be in charge of the ministries. And you have seen that sometimes, for some reasons, some people slip through, but they are not able to handle the mandates that have been given them. I don't want that to continue to happen in this country. And so this is an issue that was debated seriously at the committee level. This final rendition is my residual powers. You can overrule my residual powers, but I want it to be known that this is the position that I took. And I think the committee supported my view. That is why it's been proposed. Your speaker is under the weather, but because of the critical nature of the work, I'm still presiding. Yes, please. Let me listen to the minister, the regional minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And may I use the opportunity to commend you, Mr. Speaker, for this report. Mr. Speaker, I want to focus my attention on page 8, item 5.7, attendance of members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have been a victim in this august house. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that some efforts have been made to ensure that attendance is well recorded in this house. Mr. Speaker, most often you find yourself at the committee performing the functions as a member of parliament, but not showing in the plenary you are marked absent. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much that has been corrected. Mr. Speaker, I want to be guided, but the very policy that caught some of us, total number of days that you attend Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence for that matter to be looked at again. Mr. Speaker, there are instances where a member of Parliament may travel out of the country on an official business and happens to get into a force majeure. Mr. Speaker, if you are not able to communicate to Mr. Speaker, or it delays in transit, 5 days, 10 days, and then you are caught into that net. Mr. Speaker, what happened the last time could have disrupted parliamentary business, where you find 3 members of parliament, and I know it brought a lot of tension to us in this house. Mr. Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence for us to look at that matter again. That is not to suggest that members can stay at home and not come to Parliament to, of course, serve the very interests of which their constituencies have reposed confidence and trust for them to represent them in the House. Mr. Speaker, I move to page
Honourable Member, for clarification, this issue you raised of attendance, we are not only handling it through the standing orders, we are also putting systems in place for clocking in and clocking out. And we've put structures in place. When ministers, for example, like your good self, write straight to the Speaker for permission, for example, in your case, to go for medical attention, and the Speaker gives approval, it is able to pass through the leadership for them to take note of your absence, because the leaders handle the numbers in the House. And that is why we always say you process them through the leaders, particularly the whips. They handle the numbers in the House. And the nature of the business, they are able to arrange it in such a way that we can have the quorum to handle business or to take decisions. And so when you get such direct things, there are no structures in place to the way it is done directly from the ministry to the Speaker. So we put that a system in place now and a structure in place, and we are not only dealing with the table office now and the Hansard. We have a legislation office. We also have the unit I just referred to yesterday. It just escaped my mind. Table office, apart from your office, there is another unit. Journals, the journals unit. And they are all going to assist. And we put some IT system in place for all members to clock in. And so when you come and a committee is holding a meeting and you are rushing to that committee, the fact that you clocked in will show that you've attended the sitting of the House at the committee level. Because sometimes by the time the committee finishes its work, the plenary session has adjourned, but the member has attended and worked at the committee level. The system will record that, and that is what will support the General's office to record properly attendance. And so there's a comprehensive work being done with our IT department on all this. We are not only putting the rules in place, we are also put systems and structures in place for the implementation. So I will urge all members, because after the approval, we will put some system, action plan for us to go through it together to update the members, the knowledge of members on these new rules, so that from next meeting, we will fully start the implementation of the new rules. And so it's something that I noted because an experience we've all gone through. We know what happened at the committee level, the Committee on Privileges, Immunities and Privileges. Now we call it Immunities and Privileges. And we are also putting a committee in place on ethics and standards. And we have a commissioner on standards that will be a retired judge of this, not Supreme Court, but Superior Court of Adjudicator. So there are a lot of things that we are doing to make the Parliament more open, more accessible, more participatory, and also give room for members to be able to exercise the right mandate that the electorates have given them. Yes, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, perhaps we can also find a way of taking care of members who are performing parliamentary functions outside the premises. For instance, you go to Atta or something. Is there a situation where you're going to carry something online and then you clock in? We have to look at all that.
That has to be approved. Once that is approved, it's captured. If you are going to Atta for oversight function, let's say the Committee on Works and Housing, there's some flood or something there they are rushing, and notice is given, and it is approved. It will enter into the records. And so they will take note that this number of members are performing parliamentary function at this place outside the presence of House. We only have to decide whether we say absent with permission or we'll capture them as attendants. And it's something that we need to work on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think there should be a broader consultation on item 5.7. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I move to page 18, item 5.294, Committee on Security and Intelligence. Mr. Speaker, already we have a Committee on Defense and Interior. Mr. Speaker, clearly security and intelligence is a different ballgame altogether. May I suggest that though members of parliament and ministers of state may have sworn different oaths of secrecy and all that, that members who will be selected to be on this committee, there should be a clause, Mr. Speaker, to, as it were, guide them from divulging confidential information that may harm the security of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I say so because oftentimes we meet at committee levels, ordinary committee levels, your committee in Parliament, and discussions that are held there are brought in the open, public discussions. So, Mr. Speaker, this particular committee has to be looked at carefully, and members who go on it must be made to sign something to assure Mr. Speaker that should they divulge any matter, any sensitive matter that comes to their attention during the course of their performing their duties, Mr. Speaker, that they will be sanctioned. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very important area that we have to look at. We cannot play politics of the national security of this country. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, I think that there's so much interest in this work that maybe I want to allow the seniors to give way to the juniors. We hear them first before we come to the seniors. Yes. So I start with Honorable Member for Medina.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion moved for the adoption of the Standing Orders Committee. Mr. Speaker, I have carefully read the report, and I am particularly excited because of the innovations that is being introduced in the new Standing Orders. Mr. Speaker, one of those major innovations is what I see at 5.10 on page 9, which is backbenchers' time. Mr. Speaker, as a backbencher, I find this innovation as a very, very good one that would afford backbenchers opportunity to prosecute businesses that may not necessarily, prosecute business that will not necessarily compete actively with either government business or business of very, very senior members of the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to commend the Standing Orders Committee for considering this, because this will definitely boost the morale boost the confidence and create more opportunities for backbenchers in order to participate actively in parliamentary proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I am also very excited about the Private Members' Bills Committee. Mr. Speaker, this is also very key because until the 7th Parliament, private members' bills were not known to the Parliament of Ghana. And since then, this Parliament has recorded a number of private members' initiatives which are currently at different levels of prosecution. Mr. Speaker, starting, it's very difficult because there is no clear guideline, and if you have an idea or you see a lacuna in the law or any gap that you may want to propose certain amendments, it was so difficult. But now, with this committee, to be easy for members, particularly new members, who are seeking interventions through a private members' bill, to do so. Mr. Speaker, I am again extremely excited by the inclusion of a human rights committee. Mr. Speaker, I've had a cause to worry about the human rights implications of every single bill passed in this House. And anytime a bill is introduced, we want to look at it and match it against the rights that are enshrined in that. When you take the 1992 Constitution, the entire and Chapter 6 dedicated to protection of human. It's so important that for everything, for example, bill, all of them, it's so important to glean the human rights implication of these bills, how they stand to protect women and children. Also, to have included this is for me, it's an innovation for the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. So for anybody who is a naysayer that thinks that the Parliament of Ghana is not human rights compliant, I think that this is an opportunity for you to dispel your mind of those rumors or those assertions, because this is a Parliament that is progressive, a Parliament that is bringing out innovations that would stand in tandem with international best practices. So I want to say a very big thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion and encourage colleagues that we all vote to adopt the standing orders. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The Speaker, as my colleagues have rightly said, we are happy that the review committee of our standing orders has recommended a lot of recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I want us to tune our minds to page 10, item 512, that in view of the ongoing foregoing, the committee recommended that parliamentary questions being also asked of heads of independent constitutional bodies. I want to find out, Mr. Speaker, or I want to suggest if we can add other institutions like Cocoa Board and other things. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is actually happening in the road sector, Cocoa Board has its own pivot to award some of the road contracts, and the road Minister of Roads and Transport also has. Sometimes you'll find it difficult to actually find out what is actually happening in Cocoa Board and what is actually happening in the road sector. So if other institutions can actually be added to whatever has already been provided in page 10 of the recommendation, and also page 11. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to note that now our standing order is given
on that point is because Cocoa Board is not an independent constitutional body. This one is to the independent constitutional body, so we can insulate them from control or direction by other bodies. Because if you put them under a sector minister, and the sector minister has to come and answer questions for an independent constitutional body, we think that is at variance with the spirit and letter of the Constitution. That's why our oversight responsibility covers everything. And so we can call them in, not to deal with their functions, but to look at the oversight, their accountability aspect to the people of Ghana. That's why we didn't include Cocoa Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 11, item 13. I'm happy to actually see the recommendation that in the absence of a minister, the deputy minister can actually present a paper. And I think your committee has actually done well. And I actually recommended that both sides of the House adopted this particular recommendation. Thank you very much.
Let's listen to gender.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a small question to your good self to help me understand why on page 20, 5.2910, the heading reads Committee on Ways and Means. The name of the committee is so suggestive. I was thinking that perhaps we could find a different name to capture the same content. Thank you.
You are right. Because of the Ghanaian environment, Ways and Means denote something different from what is known in parliamentary practice. But we did all we could to get terminology that can appropriately capture the mandate, and we couldn't get any such terminology unless we go to the vernacular, maybe to get a word. But in English, we tried as we could to get any word that could appropriately capture the mandate of the committee, and we couldn't get it. I personally raised that issue, but we tried as we could. We couldn't get any word like that. And so we will now have to come out to explain to Ghanaians that the Ways and Means Committee in Parliament doesn't mean the Ways and Means that they know outside there. But if you can help us with the appropriate words, we'll be prepared to capture it. Yes, please. Yes, Honorable Clement Apak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak to the motion in support of your committee's report on the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I happen to believe that perhaps with what we are doing, we will redeem the meaning of Ways and Means. The public will come to know Ways and Means as not what it is currently known for. Mr. Speaker, more substantively, I'm also excited to see the number of new committees that have been proposed. I am particularly interested in the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is very timely in the evolution of our democracy, given the perception that many Ghanaians are beginning to form with regards to the true independence of constitutional bodies. Having proposed a committee that is going to have direct oversight over the activities of independent constitutional bodies, I believe that will reinstate the faith of Ghanaians in the role and functions of independent constitutional bodies. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this committee in itself, when it comes into being, would also then give those who are selected or appointed to lead these independent constitutional bodies the needed resolve to stand independently and to work in the interests of the good people of Ghana and not in the interests of those who appoint them. Mr. Speaker, I must also make mention of the Committee on Human Rights. Mr. Speaker, this is very important, and we ought not to belittle the importance of this committee. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial because we take bills, we look at enactments, we have laws that don't take into cognizance international human rights protocols and conventions. As somebody who is very passionate when it comes to issues pertaining to the welfare of persons with disability, I must say that this committee and what it is proposing to do clearly would compel us as a house to always factor in, when we are looking at bills, how we can look at the bills and fine-tune them to take into consideration the challenges and the issues that we know affect persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to speak for long, but let me draw your attention to what perhaps is an oversight. I counted the number of new committees as captured in the report. If you look at the page where the committees are listed, I counted 14. But if you go on to look at where the committees have been elucidated, or where committees have been indicated and their purpose or objects explained, we are missing out on the committee on petitions. It's not captured in the report. So I just thought it was important to draw your attention to that oversight. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Well, I was just trying to cross-check from the report the issue you just raised about the number of committees. I realize that the report is not an attempt to capture all the committees because it will be difficult and the report will be too voluminous for members. There's been some summaries, but also realize that my attention was drawn to a committee on bills. Yes, when you go through the standing order itself, you will not find it properly captured there, but it's mentioned just in the report. And so there's some lesson we have to synchronize. Yes, Honourable Member Dafiama, before you, let me listen to him. I think it's Honourable OPK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the report of the Standing Orders Committee of this House. And first, I want to commend the Speaker, your committee, for a good work done. Mr. Speaker, however, I want to touch on the bit that talks about the formation of a new committee on sanitation and water resources. Mr. Speaker, I sit on the Works and Housing Committee of Parliament, and mainly we deal with two ministries, the Ministry of Works and Housing and the Ministry of Water and Sanitation. And Mr. Speaker, anytime we have had to deal with issues of water and sanitation, there has been a conflict somewhere. Part of our job is usually done by the local government committee of this House. And it's been conflicting. So usually issues on water and sanitation, especially at the district assembly levels, will be handled by the local government ministry, which tends to bring a bit of confusion or conflict somewhere. We would always deal with the mother ministry, and when it gets down to the district assembly level, the local government ministry would want to do that. Mr. Speaker, if in the wisdom of the committee, we would want to separate the Works and Housing Committee and have a committee purposely for sanitation and water resources, then the definition must be very clear in that the local government committee should not be seen handling issues of water and sanitation, even at the district, at the local level. I think when that is done, the committee would have enough work to do instead of allowing the practice that exists to be there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another point that I want to also raise is the decision by the committee to hold its sittings in public As the deputy ranking member of the Public Accounts Committee, anytime we have had to engage, and I know it comes up regularly, the GTV would want the committee or parliament to pay some monies. If today we are saying that all committee sittings should be held in public, are we then suggesting that GTV should be carrying it live? Is that if that is, then we will need clarification. If that is so, it will add up to the budget of Parliament, especially when committee sittings should be held in public and it may be live on TV. Unless the proposal that came up some time ago will be considered for Parliament to have its own TV station and air some of these programs live for members to know. We can also adopt new means of publication. I mean, now social media is everywhere. Usually, the Parliament TV on Facebook attracts over 500 viewers at a go, and these are practices that we can consider. But I am looking at the cost to Parliament if indeed we have to air these programs live on TV. Then again, the bit that touches on the backbenchers, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a brilliant idea. It will afford backbenchers an opportunity to learn the practices of this House and also to contribute meaningfully to issues that borders on their constituency and also issues that borders on country Ghana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The only clarification I can give, open governance program, which includes the Open Parliament Initiative. And we have a very active committee group in Parliament here working on the Open Parliament Initiative. As part of that, we are having the Citizens Bureau, and all the media, civil society organizations, CPOs will all be coordinated at that level. And so we now have a new department called Broadcasting, with staff, directorate, and others are being recruited. And they will link up with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and other TV stations to run our own here in Parliament. We've given the 12th floor of Job 600 to start with, but there will be another building that will be constructed in future to handle that. This is to make Parliament really very open and transparent and also accountable. So for the first time in the history of this Parliament, we are going to submit annual reports of Parliament, audited, 2021-2022, for discussion on the floor of this House. So you get to know. The Ways and Means Committee will also have the mandate to look at the budget of Parliament. The Clerk of Parliament is the head of the Parliamentary Service, and you are not part of the Parliamentary Service. And so the budget that we approve has a component for members of Parliament and the House. And so your committee work and the rest, there should be a committee here that should be handling your plans, your work plans, your strategies, your action plans, and all those things, and supporting us to budget for you adequately for you to perform your function. And that should not go to the clerk. That should be approved by you and me. And the clerk will work for that for the parliamentary service and the subsets where the two interlink. And so you should know that any budget we approve, this portion is for Parliament. And each committee has this as budget. And so your work plan will have to be in such a way that the budget that will be approved for every year should suffice to allow you to do your oversight, your travels, your capacity building, and the rest. That is what we are working towards. So that you don't have to depend on the processes by the parliamentary service, where they decide whether a committee should travel outside or not. That should not be the work of the clerk. And so I've been discussing with your leaders on this, and the Ways and Means Committee will be in charge of some of these things to make sure that you take control of your own destiny. That are some of the things that we are introducing. But when we start the workshops, I think a discussion will explain this better, clarify the situation, and let us implement the vision correctly. Yes, can I now reduce the numbers, but the numbers in terms of time allocation? Do we agree? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many minutes per person? 2, 3, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. I'm coming down to the seniors. Yes, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to your committee report on the Standing Orders Committee on the review of the Standing Orders of Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I want to make some few comments on the realignment of the committees, especially, Mr. Speaker, Committee on Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I serve on Committee on Land and Forestries. Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, most of the mining activities are carried out in the forestries, and it makes the committee, as is currently as Lands and Forestry, it makes it very difficult for the committee to carry out its mandate effectively. And so for your committee to realign this particular committee as Committee on Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for the committee to carry out its mandates. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that many of the illegal mining activities are being carried out in the forestry or the forest reserve. Some time past, here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, members of Lands and Forestry Committee tried asking questions regarding mining activities, and some people responded that it is not our mandate for us to be asking questions or trying to inquire from the minister about issues confronting or about issues regarding mining. So, as a committee member, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important.
Honourable Member, your 2 minutes is up. I come to the other honourable member at the back there, 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me commend Mr. Speaker and the team for doing a very good job. A document that has been existing for a very long time without review is not too good enough. And I see the decision taken to look at the document and review as a step in the right direction. Let me also, on behalf of my colleague backbenchers, thank you for making provision for us in the standing orders. And then, lastly, Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the document, and I was thinking that provision would have been made to contain ICT in the sense that I have a concern of the growing bulkiness of the documents we receive. I stand corrected as a new member, but I am of the opinion that if we could find a way of going automation and reducing the bulkiness of the documents that we receive, and for that matter, digitalizing our system, I see that would have helped to improve efficiency and also reduce cost of production. And then lastly, the ways and means, I still think the title looks a bit odd. In my opinion, I was thinking that if we could carve a better name for it, I think it would have helped us.
Just don't think, propose. What is a better name?
Mr. Speaker, I have to think about it.
Exactly what we did. We did for a long time. We couldn't get a better word. I drew your attention to it. So if you are going to raise it, please be prepared to offer a better term for it. Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, may it be known that the present exercise is anchored firmly on Article 110+1, where we are mandated by the Constitution to regulate our affairs with the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank you sincerely for giving birth to this baby. It's been long in the stomach, and eventually we are giving birth to it. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that I want to draw attention to is that the provision in respect of the quorum. If an issue of quorum is raised and the procedure thereunder is provided, we need a 4, so that where the numbers fall short of the required quorum, then the Speaker will then consequently adjourn the House to the next sitting day. I think that provision is missing, and it has to be a consequential provision as regards the matters that will happen under the proposed standing order 14. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that I want to draw attention to is that at the committee level, we agreed, as captured in the proposed standing orders, is that heads of the independent constitutional bodies will be permitted first, and that the laying will happen at the committee of the whole. But I see that in the report we didn't qualify it that way, so I don't know whether at plenary, if it's necessary for them to lay papers, whether they'll have audience to do that. So we need to clarify that as well. Then, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the criminal prosecution as proposed under Order 44. Contempt proceedings are quasi-criminal. Would that qualify as part of criminal prosecution? We didn't touch on that as well, so we need to have a second look at contempt proceedings that are technically quasi-criminal in nature.
Honorable Dr. Aidoo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion to adopt the report of your committee on the standing orders. Yes, Speaker, within the limited time that I have, I wanted to point out one nagging issue that, under your guidance, we discussed extensively, and that is the issue as to whether or not these new standing orders be adopted under Article 11(7) of the Constitution as subsidiary legislation or by resolution. Yes, Speaker, I have looked at it.
I withdrew that long ago, so it will be by resolution. That is the final decision.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I thought that because Article 11(7) also mentioned orders, and because Article 110 does not give us the mechanism for the passage of our regulation, of our standing orders to regulate our affairs, maybe we should have come under 11(7). But, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled on that, but I thought that it should go on record that at least we've deliberated on it. Mr. Speaker,
that is right, and initially that was my view, that the orders there used in the Constitution, it starts with capital O, and the orders that we use for our standing orders is also capital O. And I wanted enforceability, but I realized that we'll be running into the mandate of the judiciary, and then we'll lose out in Article 110, where we'll be in charge of our own, the rules of our own procedure.
Yes.
So finally, we thought that it was better, and particularly with the penchant of the recent court, to run straight into plenary sessions and decide as to whether there was a debate or not a debate. It was dangerous to go.
Yes, Speaker, you rightly observed when you were commenting on the Ezomi, is it Ezomi? Ezomi and Attorney General, you rightly observed that the ruling was per incuriam because of the fact that they were now opening a closed book into for an Attorney General. So JSC said quite clearly that what happens in Parliament, the business of Parliament is a closed book. What the Supreme Court did in that particular case was to open a closed book. And I thought you were right when you said they have rendered a judgment that was per incuriam. Of course, we are not going to go into the details of it, but for instance, how much debate is enough debate for purposes of meeting the requirements of Article 106 of the Constitution? That is a critical question that the court ought not to have gone into. But, Mr. Speaker, my substantive observation with respect to the current standing orders relates to the mandate of the Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies. Mr. Speaker, when we were drafting the standing orders, we were careful not to act ultra vires because of the fact that the Constitution, for instance, in Article 46, says that the Electoral Commission is independent and shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Now, Parliament is an authority under the Constitution. The question is whether we can purport to exercise complete oversight over the Electoral Commission. And in the composition of the mandate, the formulation of the mandate of the committee, we said it shall have referred to it matters from the independent constitutional bodies. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that we be more careful and specific in the formulation, because as the Honourable Ayarga has said, the Honourable Member for Boku Central made clear in his contribution, if we don't take time and we overstep the boundaries of our constitutional mandate, we'll be running into trouble with these independent constitutional bodies. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I had a number of other substantive observations, but you've given me only 2 minutes. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Just to add that it is control and direction in the performance of their functions. Not everything. And so in the performance of their functions, we are not going to do anything that will control and direct them. But definitely, we represent the good people who pay them, who pay for all what they do. And we are given the function to ensure that what they give them is utilized in their interest, in the interest of the people. That is also our function, not their function. And so we are not going to control or direct them in the performance of their function. We are just going to perform our function of holding them to account to the good people who have been paying them and paying for whatever they do. That is all. So we won't go beyond that.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the clarification.
Please, can I, when I was counting, the Honourable Member for Bole, you are not among those accounted. So I don't think you will be recognized. Yes, Honourable Dr. Mafu.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to be guided in my remark. I don't know whether the new standing orders take cognizance of this observation about reference, where in all cases where matters on contract and finance are referred to the Finance Committee, sometimes the leadership of the subject matter committees will have to request, or leadership may have to request for leadership of the subject matter committees to be added to the referral. I don't know whether it will not be a good practice for this House to make it part of our standing orders that referral to the Finance Committee, the subject matter committee, the leadership of that subject matter committee should be part of the referral, so that they are able to guide the Finance Committee as far as the subject is concerned. I don't know if it's something we can consider. Thank you.
That is ironed out in practice. There are some that are specifically just for finance, but in issues of contracts and other things, the subject matter committees will be added to it. Then I give the floor to Honorable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to commend you, Mr. Speaker, for leading this process, which will soon come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I have looked at the report, particularly on page 5, which touches on the interpretative power of Mr. Speaker. And here what the report says is that in recognition of the powers conferred on Mr. Speaker in Orders 5 and 6, the Speaker appears to have unlimited power when he or she is interpreting the standing orders. And so there is a proposal that words such as Mr. Speaker, in the exercise of his discretionary power, shall be mindful of Article 296 of the Constitution. This is the proposal made, but I thought that such a proposal would be superfluous, because if we look at Article 296, 296 is an implied provision or power. It is implied, and so the wording in 296A, for instance, says that where in this Constitution or in any other law discretionary power is vested in any person or authority A, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty and candid. And it goes on and on and on. So once it is implied and words such as deemed are used, it is pointless to expressly state that Mr. Speaker, in the exercise of his power to interpret the standing orders, shall be mindful of Article 296. This is a duty, an obligation which has been imposed on all persons exercising authority vested in them under the Constitution or any law. So I just wanted to make that point clear.
Honourable Member, that statement is just a ground of change from as he deems fit to the current rendition. That is just an explanation. That's the background of the new rendition. That in view of Article 296, it is not proper for the standing order still to retain the phrase as he deems fit. You understand? And there's no harm caused in repeating it in the standing orders. It's not everybody who is going to read that constitutional provision. And you know there are many people here who are not lawyers. And so when you do that, you draw their attention that there's a provision in the Constitution, so you can go and read it. But you know it because you are a lawyer. Others may not. So it's just a way of saying that we are moving away from giving so much powers to the Speaker by saying that the Speaker can interpret the standing orders as he deems fit. No, you can't do that. The constitutional provision is there, and you should be minded by that. That is just all.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to comment briefly on the proposal to create a new committee for intelligence and security. This is laudable, Mr. Speaker, because already in this House in 2020, we enacted or reenacted the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act, which now makes the Ministry for National Security permanent in our governance structure. Now, the reason why that law was enacted, Mr. Speaker, was to make the intelligence community accountable within our governance structure. Hitherto, they were not. And so if you now have a permanent ministry performing oversight at the level of the executive over the intelligence community, it is important that we have a committee specifically designated to exercise oversight over the intelligence community. The problem the existing Committee for Defense and Interior has always run into is that there's a lot of hesitation on the part of the intelligence community to share intelligence with members of the committee because, one, members have not been sworn in a special manner as it obtains in other jurisdictions. And so, once this comes into force and members are sworn in a special way to receive briefings from the intelligence community, this House will be able to exercise proper oversight.
Honorable Minister, 5 minutes suspension.
Yes, I agree. So, for instance, currently, Finance Ministry, if energy is doing something, that has what
Mr. Speaker!
so the same thing.
Honorable members, I take this exercise seriously, and I know the nature of the work of the Member of Parliament. You are here today, and you should be given the opportunity to start renewing your minds about the new standing orders. And that's why we're taking much time to go through it together. Maybe the other opportunities that we may create, you may not get the time to be there because of the nature of your work. Other constituency or whatever would have called you somewhere when we are doing the workshops on the standing orders. So once you are here, we'll take time to go through it together, and then later on we can improve upon it. But it's good that you raise the issue of security and intelligence. There have been a lot of workshops on it. There are a lot of books on parliamentary control of national security and intelligence. Maybe you need to read them to assist in guiding the House. But it's important we know that as at now, we are operating those institutions as government institutions, not state institutions. That is why there is usually the fear that getting to elections, government of the day will be able to control the actions of those security bodies. If we operate them as state institutions, that fear will be eliminated. And that is why security experts are advising that in security briefing, the security agency should not be briefing only the president, but should be briefing the three arms of government. And so if they are briefing the president, the speaker, the chief justice must be present together with the vice president. Then we get to know the security situation in the country. If it is the institutions, then Parliament should be given thorough briefing by the same state institutions. But as of now, they only listen to the command of the president. And so they are now not state institutions. They are government institutions. And we must move away from that. And some of these initiatives are meant to empower our committees to be able to bring out this message and to control these state institutions as state institutions, not as government institutions. So it's a giant step forward, and I think that is something that will strengthen the committees in Parliament to be able to do. That is one of the reasons, and as we work towards it, the budget that is coming, members will have all this in mind to make sure that the appropriation to Parliament is enough to empower you to do your work. If not, some of these infractions happening in the country wouldn't have taken place if Parliament had really been up and doing. Now I'll recognize, I thought you finished.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say thank you.
I gave you 2 minutes, so it's
Mr.
finished.
Speaker, I just wanted to thank you for the wonderful intervention made in relation to the arguments I made. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable for one second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Standing Orders Committee on the review of the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, on your assumption of office, you made a remark about fundamental changes you are likely to bring to Parliament. One of it being the fact that you walk into this Parliament and not wearing any gown at all. And to date, it has become very normal for speakers to come into the chamber and dress in a Ghanaian type of dress. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that the review has happened and some key changes have taken place.
One of the key changes is or provisions is the fact that we are going to have a look at Article 117 of the Constitution that provides on matters relating to the court process and arrest. Mr. Speaker, we've had challenges in this area, and I'm looking forward to seeing a provision in the standing orders that will be very specific about arresting a member of parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, besides that, I looked at the official communication to and from parliament and noticed that 4 additional areas have been sidelined for President's communication to and from Parliament. And I can't see this thing grounded in any of our laws in, maybe in the Constitution. Maybe I haven't looked properly, but I haven't seen the grounds. I just hope that it will be seen as something of good, so that the President doesn't look at it and step aside, or maybe put it out of usage. It's a very important area, and I will urge that we get the executive to respect it and to go by it. Mr. Speaker, I also noticed the fact that we now have a space for the backbench. We know the history of what a backbench is. In the UK Parliament, a backbench, all the members of Parliament, all the ministers are members of Parliament. And so you have the leadership of Parliament, but you also have ministers. So any other person who doesn't belong to any one of these becomes a backbench. In our particular case, we have only five leaders here. It means from here going, everybody is a backbench. So backbencher. So I wish that we have a definition of a backbencher. Other than that, we are the same people who do the business, and you say backbench, and we are the same people who are coming again to do the business, because it's not all the time that leadership is doing business on our behalf. So I think that there must be a clear definition of who a backbencher is, or we simply don't put it there because we do business every day. We don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, and the order of business, I noticed that we are introducing the recital of the national pledge. I think that this national pledge recitals should be the one that is the prayer we do. So we can pray at the beginning and end it. You don't need to pray every day in the way we do. But we can remind ourselves that there's a national pledge. There's a national pledge which we will say. So when you start Parliament, you pray. It covers everything. Because we have not left Parliament yet. And then when we get...
Honourable Member for Who West, I saw that you are agitated.
Speaker, this is on point of order, not point of information. Our standing order, the current standing order says that we should pray daily. And the prayer has been stated here. I heard my colleague saying that in reviewing the standing orders, the prayer should be substituted with the national pledge. I want to... Sorry.
No, he didn't say that.
No, that's what he just said, Mr. Speaker. I want to beg him that he's a revered Muslim. Everybody knows in this house that you go to Mecca. And therefore, everybody knows that you're a religious person. And every religious person must obey the tenets of his religion and his beliefs. Your belief says that you must pray 5 times a day. Christians, anytime at all. And so, taking prayer from this place and said, we should pray only once a while and substitute it to the national pledge. I want to beg him that he should withdraw it, because I don't want why central people should hear that as a revered Muslim, he says we should not share the prayer in the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, he didn't say we shouldn't pray every day. No, he didn't say that. Yes, but go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the correction. We pray, everybody prays every day. I'm talking about interchanging prayer with the national pledge. Itself is a prayer. Mr. Speaker, I think also that there must be, I think there should be a committee
on public relations. You know that in this parliament, the public cannot come in here with a petition and give it to parliament in any form. Maybe you have to look for the speaker to go and give it to, or somebody has to be assigned to go. It's not in our standing orders that anybody is assigned to go and take. But the public want to relate to parliament. So I assume that if we have a committee that should deal with the public can come, present issues to them, and they can deliberate the issues and appropriately deal with it. It will help us a lot. But Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honourable Member, backbencher has been defined in the standing orders. It's been defined. We also talked about Citizens Bureau. It's a structure, not a committee. A structure that is put in place. Citizens Bureau. And then we are establishing a committee on petitions. And so all those things are being taken care of. Now we move to yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to comment on 3 issues. One, on the attendance. Mr. Speaker, there had been instances where early in the morning you go for committee meeting and sit in there because of voting, and then by the time you come into the chamber, the House would have adjourned.
That is the problem we have. This has been dealt with. This has been dealt with.
Honourable Speaker, my suggestion is that.
You see, because you were not here.
No, I'm speaking. Oh, I was in. I was following. So
you were following.
Yes.
And so what happened in connection with that issue?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a suggestion or a proposal for you to listen to. That after the meeting at the committee level, they can tender in their attendance book to the team over here for them to reconcile.
You see, you were not listening. Because all those who were here know what we ended up with. And so this your suggestion shows that you were not listening to us. I'm not saying you were present, but wherever you were and you were watching the proceedings, you were not listening.
Thank you for the correction. And my second proposal or suggestion is on the ways and means. If it could be changed, you earlier on said that no, but you see the negativity that could is associated with ways and means when people hear it without even getting the true meaning of it. If we can consider by suggesting, my suggestion is to make it Committee on Process and Procedures. That is what I want to suggest to you. Processes.
The mandate of the committee is not on process and proceedings.
So thank you for the opportunity.
The mandate is different. So you can't say process and proceedings. Your turn.
Within me to share with you. Now that you've given me all your answers, I'm very grateful. Humbly.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'll make it very brief. If you go to page 5 of your report, paragraph 4, Mr. Speaker, it says that the proposed orders also provide a clear definition of a speaker, leadership, independent member, and independent caucus. Mr. Speaker, what would be the composition of that independent caucus? Are we going to have majority, minority, and for example, if we had an independent member, that would constitute an independent caucus? I want clarification on that, Mr. Speaker.
Very easy. That's just what we stated.
Okay, so
sometimes we have more than one independent members in the House. We've had it before.
Okay.
So they can also have a caucus.
Okay. Then, Mr. Speaker, page 22, 5.2918A. The proposal is that the chairpersons of the committees be appointed from the membership of a party or parties in Parliament which form the government. Mr. Speaker, we all know that when we go to elections, it's the party that wins 50% plus 1 that forms the government. So are we anticipating a situation where we would have...
What did you say?
The party that wins the general election with 50% plus 1.
No, that is not it. There is no law saying that must form the government.
Okay, so are we anticipating...
The government is formed by the president. The definition in our constitution of government is the body in which resides the executive authority. And in the constitution, it is stated that the executive authority resides in the president. So the president is the government. And so when you elect a president with the majority, he forms the government, but he may have minority members in parliament.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, are we anticipating a situation where the president would appoint from several other, okay, we've done that before, several other parties to form a government, and therefore those people that form the government now would head these committees, Mr. Speaker? That's what I don't get.
Yes. My very good friend, Dr. Fakwe belonged to a different party, but he was a minister in the MPP government. Right? Yes, I recall in the first NDC government, ministers from NCP. And so it happens. And you recall the famous Malam Issa. Malam Issa was from PNC, but he was made the minister for youth and sports in the Kufuor regime. So it's a common practice. Yes, what do you mean? Then after that, the Honorable
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want us to look at page 17 on the realignment of committees. And I have seen that the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism, and that of the last one, which is the Committee of Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs, for the harmonization of scrutiny of policy implementations by these committees. Is it not okay to bring the tourism to be added to the committee, the culture, the chieftaincy? Because when you look at tourism, the ingredient, the main ingredient, about 80% of it is about, the content is culture. So wouldn't it be easier to bring tourism to add to the chieftaincy, culture and religious affairs? Or the youth and sports. You will also notice that I think the main idea of current composition of youth, sports and culture is to also see the inculcation of youth activities or youth understanding of our culture and maybe embracing it and moving forward in their growth and development. So the linkages and the harmonization of those policies, implementation in terms of scrutinization by these committees, would it be better for us to look at those realignments and then leave the trade and industry alone to stand, and then tourism coming down to probably look at, join the added to the culture and all that?
We look at tourism as part of industry and revenue generation, trading, bringing in many more people to generate revenue for the country than tradition or culture. That is why we added it to that committee. You know, so you have chieftaincy, you have the culture, having different lessons, how our identity can be maintained, sustained, and improved upon. And so that is different from talking about revenue generation in using tourism as a tool of branding Ghana, marketing Ghana, and doing those things. That's why it's added to that area. But your point is well noted. Yes, Honorable Senior Member, Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are asked for a favor, if you can add me 2 minutes to the 2 that you have given to everybody here. And having said that, Mr. Speaker, as a former leader, Mr. Speaker, thank
you. Well, your leader said rightly so.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First, Mr. Speaker, let me commend your good self for chairing this Standing Orders Committee and for the hard work that you've done all these years. I have few observations to make. But before I go into the main observations, Mr. Speaker, let me indicate that we should avoid, in making these standing orders, we should avoid creating many pockets of authority. We should avoid creating several pockets of authority in this chamber, such that at the end of the day, there will be more conflict than harmony for us to implement the standing orders. As I indicated yesterday, the standing orders virtually is our Bible, is our constitution, limited constitution in this August House. So it is important that it is very easy for us to implement. But if we create many pockets of authority, many pockets of resistance, there will be conflict here and there, as I will enumerate very shortly. And then secondly, we should also avoid creating a turf war between many of the committees, etc. Having said that, let me say that my first observation, Mr. Speaker, is with regard to the reduction in the number of committees, the membership of the committees, formerly 18 to 31, now 13 to 18. My humble suggestion is that if we increase it from 15 to 21, it will have the same effect. I'm saying so again the backdrop that basically much of the work of this August House is done at the committee level. That is where they receive information, memoranda from the public. That is where research is done. And when they do the work there and it comes and the report is a quality report, then work in the chamber will be very, very easy. And therefore, if you limit it to 13 people, and we know in practice, even though we are 18 or 21, how many people attend the committee sittings, the committee proceedings. At the end of the day, if we limit it to the number that we are talking about, 4 or 5 will form a quorum or 6 will form a quorum, then they will do some work and then bring the report, and then 6 people report will be binding on 275 people and then 30 million Ghanaians. It is against this backdrop that I think that in fairness to the quality of the work we have to do at the committee level, the research, etc., we should increase the numbers of the membership from 15 to 21 so that it will help us. Number 2, the winnowing committee. The winnowing committee is not started today. I remember in 1993 when me and you were here, the first majority leader, late Owusu Achampo, he used to invite some of us to come and assist him to do winnowing. The point I'm making is that it doesn't need to be a permanent committee. It should remain as an ad hoc committee. Otherwise, there will be another bottleneck. A winnowing committee where you refer everything for winnowing. They go there, they delay. Then enough go to the substantive or the relevant committee, sector committee, and then it delays them before it comes here. So the winnowing committee should be an ad hoc one. And it depends on how many amendments have been filed. I remember in 2012 or thereabout, when we were doing the Petroleum Revenue Management Bill, there were 200 amendments that were filed. Under those circumstances where the amendments are many, then you can have a winnowing committee to reduce them. But if we make this a standing committee, and then everything you refer to a winnowing committee, then it will delay proceedings in this August House. So I will suggest humbly that it remains an ad hoc committee, and then it depends on the number of amendments and the type of amendment that we have, that you can refer to a winnowing committee, than to put some member of a winnowing committee and they can hardly work. They can hardly work. There's nothing for them to do, or even if they have to do the work, then the bills will be delayed there, and that won't go well in the interest of this August House. Number 3, Ways and Means Committee. With the greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, this committee, in my opinion, is a superpower committee. The Ways and Means Committee I've envisaged in the standing orders that we are having is going to be a superpower house committee. And then it's going to erode the role, the functions, and the authority of the leadership of the two sides of the House. That this committee, Ways and Means, they will determine how your budget is, they will determine who travels and what not and what not. What is the work of the leadership? Then we are going to erode their functions. And I think that this winnowing committee is going to add to another corrupt committee. It's going to be a corruption committee. That you have members who have to lobby that committee. And
Honorable Member, I'm sure you haven't read the standing orders. The proposed standing orders have taken all what you talk about into consideration. Leadership don't determine travels.
Okay.
They are determined by the speaker. And in setting up the winnowing committee, we took all these groups of people into consideration. So when you read it, you see that your concerns are all captured, because we don't want to establish numerous or various power blocks so that you generate conflict. So even the winnowing committee, when you look at it in the standing orders, the proposed one, it's not meant to be permanent that all amendments must go to winnowing committee. It's very clear. It says where a bill has been read a second time and substantial amendments have been proposed and published on the order paper, the speaker may refer the proposed amendments for winnowing. So it's not something that always you have to refer all amendments, but as you yourself said, substantial amendments. You have 100 amendments in the bill. There's a need to get a specialized body, because the intention is also to grant the opportunity for the members of this committee to have further training on drafting and other matters, so that when this winnowing committee meets, the proposed amendment by members will be looked at, and members will be assisted to draft them properly, so that people don't take us to court and the Supreme Court to say that this, that. So these are some of the things, but it's not permanent in the sense that anytime any bill comes forward and they have proposed amendment, they must go to winnowing committee. No, it's not like that. And the Ways and Means Committee is not the one you are looking at. We've taken that into consideration, and when you read the proposed new rules, you see that we are very cautious in establishing such a committee, not to make it such what do you call it, a monster, not even a Frankenstein, because the speaker is still there, the leaders are still there, and their rules must be preserved. Yes, but you can go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But let me add that with regard to the winning committee, they say that it is the majority leader who will chair the winning committee. The majority leader, we know how busy he is. We know how busy, not only him, but the leadership are. So to say the majority leader will chair the winning committee is another bottleneck. And secondly, they provide there that at the winning committee, if you canvass your point there and then they don't accept it, then they exclude it from coming to the chamber. I think that is not democratic enough. That is not fair enough. Because you can lose at the winning committee, you argue at the winning committee, and win in the chamber. You can win the argument in the chamber here. So even if you lose committee, they should allow you to bring it to the chamber for the majority of members to decide. And that has been the practice since 1993. That the winning committee doesn't prevent you. They try to persuade you and let you understand that what you are saying that it's not sustainable. But if you still insist on good grounds, you can bring it to the chamber. But now we are legislating.
Where is it? I have not seen what you are talking about, where they say that when you lose at the winnowing committee, you can't.
I will show you the place. It's winning committee, page 15.
Page 79.
I'm looking at the report.
Oh, no. Look at the standing orders.
Okay,
the report is an attempt at summarizing.
That was presented yesterday. Page 15.
Page
15.
I said you look at the standing orders, the proposed standing orders. Page 15. The report is an attempt to summarize everything. But when you go to the standing orders, the standing order 232, Ways and Means Committee, is stated there. But the other aspect is that the majority leader is different from leader of government business. You know it. The majority leader is usually the leader of the majority in parliament. And the majority in parliament may be in opposition. Right? So that workload you are looking at might not be on the majority leader. Now, there are a number of times, I was majority leader before. But at that time I was majority leader, I was not leader of government business. I was not leader of government business. Leader of government business is a designation given by government that this member in parliament is to lead our businesses that come to parliament, not necessarily the majority leader. And so the workload that we are anticipating might not be exactly the case in all parliaments. And so we looked at it, and there's good reason, because if you have the majority members and they are going to take critical decisions at this committee, you should be chairing it. Even in opposition, as majority leader, the leader of government business, and this clarity should be brought to bear on all of us. In the house here, we have government business. We have private business. In the private business, you have members of parliament, constituency businesses. You also have parliamentary business. And so the leader of government business, which happened to now, in our particular situation, be the majority leader, is in charge of only the government business, not the business of the house. He's not in charge of the business of the house. And so when you have your business from your constituencies, yes, the practice is to give deference to government business. But it's not always that we must neglect the private business to the detriment of the members of parliament who have pressures from their constituencies. They want to ask questions, they want to satisfy or be responsive to the aspirations and hopes of their constituents. Then you are always talking about government business, and the government business is not moving because the government members are not there to even move the business. So we are taking all this into consideration to make sure that the standing orders respond to all situations. You can have a majority in power, you can have a minority in power, you can have an independent member as president, and that's government, but the standing order should be able to respond to that government. And so it's a complex situation we adopted in our constitution and our system, and we must craft rules to be able to take all this on board. And that is why we belabored so long from 2002 up to date. And I think that this is a bold attempt. But your points are well noted. You haven't finished, so you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just conclude, and then I will say that I want to suggest humbly that the chairperson of the appointments committee, in my view, should belong to the government, the side that is former government of the day. That will bring harmony, and that will bring smooth administration. If the chairperson of the appointments committee is coming from the
harmony in parliament or harmony in government, or harmony between the two arms of government.
The group forming the government should belong to the party forming the government. He should chair the appointments committee for smooth running of the administration of government. Otherwise, if you have the chairman of the appointments committee coming from the minority side or the side not forming government, I think that we are not clear that the minority side here can form government. But my humble view is that irrespective of the composition of the chamber, of the caucus here, the chairman of the appointments committee must belong to the party that is forming the government for purposes of running the government smoothly. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying so because ours is a young democracy. Last week, I was invited to the American embassy where I attended 247th anniversary. 247th anniversary. At best, we are 66. So if we want to adopt, we are 66 years old. We want to adopt a system that is 247 years old, we'll run into trouble. We'll run into trouble. And I think that in this, in this country, we want to crawl and then from there run 100 meters without even walking. That is the challenge that we are facing. So we should try to marry the values that we have as a people together with the modern trends of democracy Otherwise, if we adopt what is happening in India, UK, and America, and the rest of them, we will crumble one day. And that is what I'm being cautious about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. But let me draw your attention to this. I know where you are coming from. I know your spirit. But you recall that even in the first parliament and the second parliament of the Fourth Republic, we were able to reject presidential nominees at the appointment committee level. After that, have we been able to reject one? Even though at the end of the day, even the whole public will know that this one is not a fit and proper person to be given that position. Have we been able to reject one? Have you investigated to know why? It's because of some of these things. And we don't have the leisure of time that the America and the rest had to use 200 and the rest. But you know, their systems are clearer than ours. In the American system, their mandate is very well defined. In the British system, it's well defined. Ours is not. So in the British system, they know that the parties are strong and the parties hold sway over their members of parliament. In the American system, it's not the same. In the British system, parliament is not yet House of Commons. Parliament is made out of three bodies: the Crown, the House of Commons, and the House of Lords. That is parliament. Here is a single chamber, and the executive is holding sway over parliament. But you have, and you are the one they hold responsible, because the people go to vote for you. They don't go to vote for ministers. They go to vote for you, member of parliament, and then president. That is all. Then you come together to process, because you need people to support you to implement your mandate. And so you process them and appoint them as ministers. Then they make them lords over you. And yet they hold you responsible. You must do things to balance this power. And that is why I believe strongly that the Article 71 committee, the Presidential Committee on Emoluments, must take this on board. Not to make the conditions of members of parliament worse than that of ministers. When that happens, all the members of parliament will be struggling to catch the eye of the president, not the speaker. And then your authority is undermined as a house. And so most of the things that you want to do, you cannot do it because you are begging to survive. I don't think that should continue. We don't need to stay for 100 years to get to that stage. My senior at the bar, this one is a disagreement with the position held by you. And so let's try and see how we can empower the institution of parliament to be able to hold our democracy and to sustain and consolidate and entrench it. If we leave it to the executive, it can never happen. Yes, I'll take the last contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Bolle, you are very insistent and persistent, so you can take 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but initially I wasn't going to contribute, but having listened to quite a number of people, there's one very important issue that hasn't been mentioned, and that is captured under paragraph 519. 519, Mr. Speaker, talks about procedure for secret balloting, and reference is made to some recent developments with regards to how balloting was done in this very chamber. So I thought it's very important to highlight it and to draw the attention of many to the fact that there's some solution to that very important issue. I remember very well that when some elections were conducted here, people raised the issue of integrity and credibility. And so it is important that these others have brought on board some resolution to the matter, and I thought that I should mention it. Mr. Speaker, closely related to this is paragraph 5.5. Paragraph 5.5 talks about the role of the Clerk of Parliament. And here we are talking about expanding the functions and to now make him a recognized returning officer for elections when it comes to choosing the Speaker. And we're all witnesses to what happened here on that fateful day when we were supposed to get a Speaker. And so for me, these are some of the most important things that we should highlight, because that indeed threatens the democracy of this country. That very fateful morning or evening, if we were not able to get things right, your guess is as good as mine. Anything could have happened. And so for me, it's very important that these issues are captured in the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I also want to draw your attention to a committee that I served in the 7th Parliament. That is the Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee. And I was told that that was an ad hoc committee. An ad hoc committee that I served on. I thought that I don't really know why it was created, but a very important subject matter that has to do with poverty. And for us to have an ad hoc committee for it, one would have thought that there should be a permanent committee to look at it very well. All what we are doing here in terms of lawmaking, in terms of policies and what have you, at the end of the day, it has to reduce poverty. At the end of the day, it has to better the lives of our people. And why are we setting up a committee in an ad hoc manner to address such a very important issue? So I am proposing that that committee is made a select committee or an ad hoc committee instead of an ad hoc committee. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for indulging me, and God bless you.
Honorable Member, the Poverty Committee is a special committee, not ad hoc committee. It was set up for a special purpose to respond to a global program of investing in the human being to reduce poverty. So it was a special committee, not ad hoc. And I think that, as we rightly stated, all what we do here is actually aimed towards reducing poverty. And so we've taken note of those things, and we have tried to get some more clout for these committees to be able to effectively eradicate, to use the term used in Uganda, eradicate poverty, not reduce poverty. That's how they put it, poverty eradication, not poverty reduction. For the secret voting, as you rightly stated, there are ample provisions to prevent what happened, because you know the same thing happened in America. That same day we're all voting here, the same thing was happening in America. After that, they'll be able to put some structures in place to investigate and to take action. We have not. As a result of that, we initiated a process, got a consultant, they have submitted a report, and we are preparing a parliamentary transition bill to be handled by this House, so that the transition from one parliament to the other is also detailed out in law, and you know how to follow it, rather from the clerk to the members and the nominees, who could be 2, 3 or more. And so there's a law that we'll be bringing forward, I'm sure before the end of the year, for us to try and legislate before next elections, so that in the next transition, you will not have such a chaotic situation, and you will not have members committing some grievous crimes, and they are now looking up to Parliament to take action on it. But the crime is not only enforced by Parliament. Any ordinary citizen could take it up. You know the justice system in the country, where to report allegations of commission of crime. and who to investigate and what action to be taken. But people are focused on Parliament. And Parliament is a partisan body. Immediately you raise such things there, they will play partisan politics with it. At the end of the day, you may not even achieve the aim or objective of the purpose of reporting the matter. And at that time, I, as Speaker, was not Speaker. And at that time, I was an interested party. How do I preside over the proceedings of Parliament on such a matter? And it is through me that my deputies got sworn in. And so it's a matter that is very difficult for Parliament itself to handle. And because of disagreement or lack of education, this matter is like has been swept under the carpet. And it's a bad precedent that will lead to haunt this country. Because you are leaders, and you lead by example. And this is the example you've shown on the floor of Parliament. How can you now go and tell your constituents or the ordinary voters not to behave in the same way? So it's a blot on the image of democracy in Ghana. But there is no law on it. So the Parliamentary Transition Bill is dealing with some of these things, and when we bring it, it's another critical bill that you have to look at. We only talked about presidential transition, and we forgot about parliamentary transition. So we are revising the laws on Parliament itself, and they will come before this House for debate and passage. So that by the end of my tenure of office, a lot of clarity will have been thrown into the workings of the institution of Parliament. And then things may move better, smoother, and more consensual than it has happened before. Because that's the concept that we adopted as a country. And I keep on saying that is why the arrangement of the seating is a horseshoe. You have to build consensus on many issues, not the adversarial system that we have in the UK, where it's pound for pound. That's why they are sitting on benches facing each other that way. Here, you can spill over, and so you can have some majority members on the other side, and that is to build consensus. So please, I think at this stage, we've done enough, and I'll put the question. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We will move to a very simple item, and the item is meant to be referred to a committee, and that has to deal with the Constitution Amendment Bill. That has been with us since 2021, and the advice from the Council of State came in less than 30 days in 2021, and yet it's been in this House up to date without passage. It doesn't speak well of us. So let's look at item 8. Item 8. Presentation of Bill, Constitutional Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2021. Yes. Yes.
Can I? Yes. Why not? Why? No, it doesn't matter. It's consensus for me.
An act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to remove restrictions imposed on dual citizens and persons who owe allegiance to a country other than Ghana from holding the public offices specified in Clause 2 of Article 8 and paragraph A of clause 2 of Article 94 and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the said bill is referred to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report to the House. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that we have not gone to statements yet, because yesterday, as part of yesterday's proceedings, you made a ruling on a matter that Honorable Kofi Amabua brought to your attention. Mr. Speaker, your direction or your ruling was for him to bring a statement to you and for you to be able to take a decision on the matter. I just want to bring this to your notice so that you can allow Honorable Amma Kofi Boah to do same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, I'm aware of the statements. We have about 3 of them which you will be making. But I want us to take some critical matters which are very short, and they've been on the order paper for quite a long time. They have to deal with the criminal offences amendment bills, very, very short ones. And then we'll go to statements and then end of the day. So please, if we may take item 17. Item 17. I think it stands in the name of the Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu, MP for Madina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, in moving for the second reading of the bill, I would want to draw the House attention to the fact that the object of the bill is to provide for life sentence in place of death penalty. Mr. Speaker, the issue of death penalty has been with us for some time now. Historically, the death penalty was inherited through the colonial administration, and it is a colonial relic on our statute book. Mr. Speaker, it will interest the House to know that in all the Commonwealth countries today, out of about 56 Commonwealth countries, only 7 countries still retain or actively retain the death penalty. About 49 have either effectively abolished the death penalty or are having it, or are just, they are abolitionists in de facto. Mr. Speaker, since independence in 1957, Ghana has executed 49 persons, either by firing squad or by hanging. Mr. Speaker, most of these executions mainly happened during military regimes. Mr. Speaker, the very last execution in Ghana happened on the 17th of July, 1993, where 12 men were killed by firing squad. Mr. Speaker, the current position of Ghana is that we are abolitionists de facto, or abolitionists in practice. Mr. Speaker, this is so because since 1993 to date, Ghana has not signed a death warrant to execute anyone, and that is highly commendable. Mr. Speaker, however, Ghana has made moves to abolish the death penalty. For example, in 2010, the then NDC government began a process of constitutional review and commissioned a constitutional review commission. And after they went round the country and collated views, the Constitutional Review Commission recommended that the death penalty be replaced by life imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, the then government, through government white paper, accepted these recommendations. But Mr. Speaker, steps to be taken to address this were not complete until it lost power. Mr. Speaker, but since then, various efforts, including stakeholders, death penalty, UK, Amnesty International, other stakeholders and CSOs have been calling for the need to abolish death penalty. Mr. Speaker, in these engagements, we have had several consensus. For example, a political consensus. A political consensus because the then administration of the NDC began this process, and as soon as this bill was laid in Parliament, the current government, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, also has openly endorsed the position of the bill. And this year, the President voted at the UN in favor of the resolution to end the use of death penalty. Mr. Speaker, apart from the political consensus, we also have religious consensus, because the Christian Council and all the other religious actors have also given position on this that suggests that there was a need for Ghana to move away from the use of the mandatory death penalty. Mr. Speaker, we also have judiciary consensus, because, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the case of Dexter Johnson versus the Republic, the learned Justice Duche JSC made the recommendation that it is time for Ghana to move away from the use of the death penalty. And, Mr. Speaker, bringing my moving of this motion to an end, I would say that all the consensus that we have built over the years supports the fact that it is time for Ghana to amend its laws so that it can align with our practices. Mr. Speaker, with this, I beg to move.
Yes, honorable members, this has been on the order bill for a long time. It's been moved. I will now, yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to second the motion, and in doing so, present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022 was laid in Parliament and referred to the committee. Your committee met on 27th May 2023 and deliberated on the issue. In attendance at the committee meeting was Justice Dennis Dominic Ajay, Justice of the Court of Appeal, Mrs. Agnes Kwate Papafio, Chief State Attorney at the Office of the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, Department, and other technical staff from the Ministry, Mr. Ngenge Ahunka Koda, Ghana Bar Association, and other members of the civil society organization was in attendance. The Speaker, the background of this particular report is stated in paragraph 4.0. I intend to urge upon the Hansard Department to capture the entire report as having been read in its entirety. The Speaker, the object of the bill is captured in paragraph 5.0. The purpose of the bill is to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 Act 29 to substitute the penalty of life imprisonment for death penalty and to provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, there are arguments for and against the abolishment of the death penalty. The Speaker, I must state in brief that those who are against the abolishment of the death penalty are of the view and they believe in the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The Speaker, if you can terminate somebody's life. The issue is, why should you be alive? If you look at it on the basis of human rights, you have taken away somebody's right. Why should you have the right to live? And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the argument for the abolishment of the death penalty, one, the fact is that there is judicial uncertainty. It doesn't mean that if you go to prison, everybody in prison is there because they have really committed a fact, a crime in relation to which they are in prison. Mr. Speaker, life lost can never be regained. And there is a judicial principle of it's better you leave 99% guilty person free than to convict one innocent person. Assuming the death penalty is carried out, it means the person is going to be executed to death by either hanging or firing squad. And in future, it turns out that the offense for which the person is punished, he really have not committed that particular offense. You cannot bring the person back to life. Speaker, the other reason is that Ghana is a signatory to a lot of international treaties that are in favor of abolishing death penalty and substituting same with life imprisonment. And as a member of those organizations, we must go in accordance with the dictates of those organizations. We must comply with the treaties and conventions for the country to be compliant. In view of that, the majority are in favor of abolishing the death penalty. Speaker, the other reason is that for some time in Ghana, or for several years now, offenses for which death penalty should apply, the judges will pronounce the punishment, but no president is ready to append his signature for the person to be executed. So in reality, it is converted into life imprisonment. So why should death penalty still continue to be on our statute book? It is for this reason that the committee is recommending to the House to adopt its report and pass the death penalty bill into law. Mr. Speaker, the committee further look at the bill and of the view that the committee received fiscal impact analysis reports and are of the view that Section 100 of the Public Financial Management Act has been fully complied with. Mr. Speaker, the death penalty bill, from the committee's point of view, must be passed into law. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I read the conclusion of the report into detail. The committee, in considering the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022, particularly in a stakeholders engagement organized by the sponsors of the bill to listen to the views of Ghanaians, the general consensus among all the stakeholders was that the death penalty should be replaced with life imprisonment. The responsibility now rests on Parliament to take the necessary actions, as noted in Litma House. The Litma House guidelines for the Commonwealth adopted in June 1988. The legislative function is the primary responsibility of Parliament as the elected body representing the people. Judges may be constructive and purposive in the interpretation of legislation, but must not usurp Parliament's legislative function. After extensive consultation, The committee is of the view that continuous retention of the death penalty in the criminal statute makes a mockery of justice, and the mere fact that for almost 3 decades, presidents of the Republic have found it unnecessary to sign execution warrants is an indication that Ghana does not need the law. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the Criminal Offences Amendment Bill 2022 into law in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Good job.
Motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes. Honorable Dominic Ayine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to second the motion for the second reading of the Criminal Offences Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, the proponent of the bill has made it abundantly clear that in this country we are a de facto abolitionist state, in the sense that even though we have the death penalty on the statute books, we rarely execute those who have been sentenced to death and are, sent to death row in our prisons, meaning that our presidents have been very cautious about putting into action the convictions obtained in death penalty cases. And so I think this bill has been brought in a timeous manner for us to be able to do what has been, in practice, the policy position of the country. And Mr. Speaker, the proponent of the bill has also made it clear about the fact that due to human fallibility, sometimes innocent people may be sentenced to death. And as the Honourable Member for Atachi South has made clear, it is not possible to bring a person back to life after you have executed that person pursuant to an order of the court. Mr. Speaker, I have a personal reason why I do not support the death penalty. I had a very horrible experience as a young man when my senior brother, Bill Adekura, was sentenced to death, and he was put in death row in Isawam. Mr. Speaker, if you read the case of Adekura versus the Republic, that is my senior brother, one father, different mothers. And the family went through a very harrowing experience, knowing that he was sitting in death row. We all believed his innocence, but we were helpless in the face of the law. His lawyer, the late lawyer Kaba, who used to practice law in Bolgatanga with the Honourable Member for Zebila, did his utmost best in court. Probably one of the reasons why I became a lawyer was the fact that I used to go on a daily basis to the tribunal, the public tribunal, to listen to the evidence and then to sympathize with my senior brother. Luckily for the family, His Excellency John Jerry Rawlings gave him a pardon, and he, rejoined us from prison. He died in February this year, after having spent so many years in prison and joining us after the pardon. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a personal reason why I'm against the death penalty, and I support the move made by this young man who has been very activist when it comes to this position. In fact, as Deputy Attorney General, I supported the position of the Constitutional Review Commission and the implementation under the auspices of Professor E.O.V. Dankwa. We intended actually to do what the proponent of the bill has brought before this House. So, Mr. Speaker, with what is on the floor, I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable James Adelga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Well, I'd like to register myself as a supporter of the bill to abolish the death penalty. Mr. Speaker, but from the outset, I think the report captures the fact that what this bill seeks to achieve is to partially abolish the death penalty because under Article 3.3 of the Constitution, which is an entrenched provision, we can only cause an amendment to be made through a rigorous procedure. A national referendum would have to be called, so we must bear that in mind right from the outset. Mr. Speaker, one of the compelling reasons why, and this has been canvassed by the Honorable Susu, the proponent, for us to abolish the death penalty is that if we do so, we'll be fulfilling Ghana's international human rights obligations under a number of treaties and conventions that we have signed on to. In the report, Mr. Speaker, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and Ghana is a party to this particular treaty, has been mentioned. Then also we have the Covenant Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These are international conventions and treaties that we have signed on to. But, Mr. Speaker, what I see, which is a bit problematic, is the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. Because this is a House of Records, Mr. Speaker, I want to make this correction that we cannot count the Universal Declaration on Human Rights as part of our treaty obligations, with the greatest of respect. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights are declarations, they are non-binding. And so they do not qualify for a treaty. Even though they have attained a certain special status under international law, they have attained the status of customary international law, and therefore are considered binding. But we cannot categorize the Universal Declaration on Human Rights as a treaty. So maybe appropriate steps should be taken to cause an amendment to be made, because this is a House of Record. We don't want in the future somebody would read and say, but why did the Parliament of Ghana categorize the Universal Declaration as constituting part of the treaties Ghana signed onto? We didn't sign onto the Universal Declaration of Rights. So that is the correction, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, I think it has been established that even when the Constitutional Review Commission did its work, one of the key recommendations was for us to abolish the death penalty. A white paper was issued, and in the white paper, support was given for us to effect the necessary changes. But there has been some inertia on our part until my good brother and colleague, Honorable Susu, took up the initiative. I think we should applaud his effort and help him to achieve this goal of having us partially abolish the death penalty. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, the report captures some statistics, which statistics rebuts certain wrong assumptions that were made in the past that the death penalty is deterrent enough, and that where it is practiced vigorously, crime rates relative to murders and other related crimes which can occasion the death imposition of the death sentence have seen a reduction. But the statistics we have been furnished with in the report points to the contrary. Rather, in states or countries where the death penalty is practiced, Mr. Speaker,
there is an increase in the further commission of crimes that can occasion the imposition of the death penalty. And so once there is no empirical evidence to support the notion that the death sentence is deterrent enough, coupled with the fact that it is an irreversible act, when the state sanctions the execution of a person, like Honorable Dominica Yini's harrowing experience, maybe the conviction was wrongful and the person is executed. What happens if you uncover evidence in the future which exonerates the executed person? You cannot bring back the executed person to life. No amount of the payment of compensation or reparation will suffice for state-sanctioned executions. So, Mr. Speaker, with those words, I totally support the abolition of the partial abolition of the death penalty. Maybe after this, we should begin to take steps to amend Article 3.3, so that even in cases of high treason, we can always have the opportunity to sentence people to life imprisonment and not death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak against the motion. Speaker, against it. Speaker, in so doing, I'm still trying to understand why this proposed amendment. Speaker, countries do take drastic decisions for certain reasons. At the moment, we've been hearing weapons of mass destruction. Those countries don't get those weapons of mass destruction because they want to blow off another country. They are there to deter and to let people know that they are prepared in case certain things happen. Honorable Sosu have indicated that from 1993 or so, no president have been able to, if I hear him right, have been able to sign for the death penalty, even though it is in our statute code. Definitely we need to leave this so that it will be a deterrent to others. Speaker, both Muslims and Christians, we all believe in the eye for an eye. But in certain instances where you will see that, or you are very much aware that if I kill somebody, I will still be alive. People end up ending people's lives or shortening people's life with the excuse that if I end your life, I wouldn't be killed. I think that for the fact that no president or for a while we have not been able to execute anybody, we should still leave this in our books. We should leave it because it will serve as a deterrent to others. We should leave it because society have responsibility to look, or an obligation to look after the welfare of its citizens. So it should not be a case that because one or two misfortunes might happen, it should always be the case that if you kill somebody or end somebody's life, they also have families and their lives also matters. You should not be killed, or you should allow to go into prison for life. So I think that we should look at this, and like Honorable Agalga said, the proposal that has been brought will not end here. At the end of the day, we will still have to look at Article 33 and be able to see that if we actually get a referendum to support this. And I think it will be difficult to pass. So we should not attempt to shake it in an excuse that nobody or somebody can make a mistake to kill an innocent person. We should also be able to know that these laws were also made not necessarily to kill, but to serve as a deterrent to others. I thank you, Speaker.
The numbers have increased again. I thought we were ending. So what I'll do is, the earlier people who stood, Honorable Cletus Avoka and Honorable B.T. Baba, they will get ample time. The rest of you, 2 minutes each. So, Honorable Cletus Avoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I oppose the motion vehemently with all the power at my disposal.
I first submit, Mr. Speaker, that the arguments they have advanced this evening in favor of the motion are very spurious and have no merit at all. The arguments in favor of the motion are unmeritorious, very, very unmeritorious. Besides that, Mr. Speaker, it's a very lopsided argument that they have advanced this evening. They have not addressed the two sides of the coin. There are two sides of the coin as far as this issue is concerned. The one who has committed the crime, that they now say that he should be pardoned. He shouldn't be killed. That is one aspect of the coin. What about the victim? They have not addressed the issue of the victim. Adequately addressed the issue of the victim.
Actually, they didn't say he has to be pardoned. They say he should be given life imprisonment.
Pardon?
Life imprisonment. Life imprisonment, not pardon.
Thank you very much. Life imprisonment, yes. From death penalty to life imprisonment. And I'm saying that it's a lopsided argument.
But, Honorable Senior, how do you justify your killing of somebody that you are condemned for killing another person? Because might is right. Is that the kind of system we want? But more importantly, you know it. The USA, who claim to have one of the best justice systems, there are so many cases, it's replete with so many cases that errors have been committed in convicting innocent people. They still have the death penalty. But how many people are killed every day in the US? Has it deterred the murder and killings of people? But I'll allow you to give us the other perspective that you want to submit so that we all be guided by it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering whether you are descending into the arena of debate now or you are giving guidance.
I always say that the Speaker in the performance of his duty is impartial, but he's not neutral.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue, the first point that they canvass is the point of uncertainty, judicial uncertainty. What is perfect on this earth that we think that the judiciary should have been perfect? What is perfect? Can they indicate anything on earth that is perfect, that has no mistake? Nothing. Nothing. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to against the background of the following structure. You and me know, as a lawyer, you know, that trials that involve the taker of life of a human being are so rigorous and laborious. Trials that involve the taker of life of a human being are very, very rigorous. For example, if you take life and they want to try you for murder, you know the process. One, by a jury of 7 people with a judge directing them on points of law. They are the ordinary people they take into society, that this is an ordinary man who has taken somebody's life. We do not want a technical man to determine his or her life. Let's put a jury there, people of the same community, to try him. So it's a jury trial of 7 men or 7 people. The judge is only there to direct them on points of law. Then they go through several years of trial. You understand what jury trials are, murder trials are, several years. Then the decision of the jury must be unanimous. 7 of them must agree that the fellow is guilty. If one of them says that he is not sure or is not guilty, then the man is free, or that type of thing. That is very rigorous. Besides this rigorous procedure, the man has opportunity. No, he has a right of counsel. Once they charge you for murder, whether you have money to hire a lawyer or not, the state will provide you with a lawyer. The state does that because they don't want to take your life without giving you the opportunity to defend yourself. So the state gives you a lawyer free of charge. He defends you the number of years that you are standing trial. Even if you are convicted,
You have several opportunities at your disposal. From the High Court, you can appeal to the Court of Appeal. Your lawyer will do so, free of charge for you. From there, if the appeal court also err, he will go to the Supreme Court. The man has gone through all this trial, all these years. Then you say that, oh, there's judicial uncertainty. What is certain? With the greatest respect, this is a lopsided argument. It has no weight. It has no merit. And they did not balance the argument with the trauma. Look, how are murders committed in this country? Some of them. It's unfortunate that some of our colleagues are not here, who have lost their loved ones through murder. 2 a.m., an intruder comes into my house. He climbs a ladder. He goes to look for a ladder, then comes into my house. Climbs up, breaks open my door and window, then kills me. Or if before then, he would have raped my wife, my partner lying with me. While I'm looking at it, he's raping my wife. Then, as if that is not enough, he takes my life and he kills me. Then this man has human rights. He has a human right. I have no human rights. You should come and take my life within 30 minutes. He has translated me to the next one. I have no rights, and he has a right to live. What right? What right, Mr. Speaker? Please,
honorable member, I personally know about the trauma you went through concerning your own. But this one, please, let's go according to the rules, not emotions. You are also aware of a 7-year-old in the US, 7 years, that was accused of murder, tried and executed. 7 years. You are aware of innocent people who they say mistaking identity. In many cases, they are not the people, but they were convicted and also killed. So, please, let's go by the rules.
Mr. Speaker, we'll go by the rules. Mr. Speaker, so that one, so they have mistaken, they have killed somebody. I mean, somebody's life is taken. So, because the judges have made a mistake and whatnot, therefore let that fellow who is alleged to have made a mistake also survive. Mr. Speaker, we count money, plenty of money, and buy a car. I'm driving to the north, I go and crash it and I die in the process. Is that not a mistake? Did I want to kill myself? We cannot allow on mistake judicial uncertainty and then people who violently and intentionally and maliciously take innocent lives. We say judicial uncertainty. Mistake. Please, I'm not being emotional, I'm being passionate. They have not balanced the argument. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the trauma, the pain, the suffering, the loss of a breadwinner or a loved one, through that manner, is such that if you don't take time, if you don't take time, what people are going to do when you send this argument out, that then judicial uncertainty, if you kill somebody, they shouldn't also take your life, they should let you go to prison, rest of them. We are providing a license for people to take the law into their own hands. Mark it on the wall.
Are you quoting the report? The report says judicial uncertainty?
Yes.
Or defects in the justice system?
But it's judicial uncertainty, defect in
it's not the same.
They are the same?
No.
Judicial uncertainty.
Judicial uncertainty.
It's the process of trying him where
the justice system goes beyond the judiciary. You know it.
All right.
Yes.
Let me, if considering that, Mr. Speaker, even if considering that, I'm just trying to raise the arguments on the other side of the coin so we can balance them. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. Abolishing the death penalty in our statute books has far-reaching consequences. I've heard the argument here saying that Ghana has signed, taken part in an international declaration, extra. If it were so, this bill should have been sponsored by the government of the day. If this bill is encompassing all we Ghanaians, that is the consensus of we Ghanaians. The government of the day would have sponsored this bill. And for a private member to sponsor a bill, that affects
Actually, the Attorney General wanted to adapt the bill and process it. But a member of the House who had taken such a bold initiative, I myself insisted that it's better for it to come through the members' initiative as a private member's bill for credit to this House. Because it's dealing with an amendment of a law that we passed as a House. It is not a constitution, it's a law. And so the Attorney General was involved in the discussions and they also agreed on it. And I'll tell you why I see this as urgent bills. Please, this information is good for you. You now have the universal periodic review of all countries, including Ghana. We managed, through the efforts of the 8th Parliament, to ensure that the report always submitted for and on behalf of Ghana, led by the Minister for Justice and Attorney General, includes views of the Parliament of Ghana. And we went together with them to submit our opinions on these issues. Now we are going for a review of the steps we have taken, because this is one of the issues that was identified at the UPR, Universal Periodic Review of the Human Rights Records of Countries. Now the team is to leave Ghana to go and then answer as to what steps Ghana has taken to rectify some of these drawbacks to our human rights records. And so we are the people being blamed for not passing the law. It's been here since 2021. And that is why I am doing this, for us to take it up and clarify it. If we don't want to erase that record, we will take the decision here. If we agree with what has been built through consultation, consensus building throughout, including the military. The military, they were involved. All the other agencies, including civil society, witchcraft, they were all involved. Yes, witchcraft. There are laws on witchcraft in this country. And so they were all involved in the discussion with the Attorney General and the government. That is how come His Excellency the President went to the United Nations to commit and to say publicly that we were against the death penalty. So it is now left to Parliament that we haven't passed the law. And that is why I'm insisting that we should clear this. You can express your views. I don't have a problem with that. But it's important for us to know where we are going. Please. That definitely will come on. Honorable Member.
So we should stop.
It will come on. So I say you can express your views at this stage.
If you want, we will stop the debate. The way things are going.
Honorable Member, I said I know your position before I gave you the opportunity.
I know.
Because I've debated this matter with you a number of times when I was majority leader.
But it's my duty.
So I want you to express your views. That's why I gave you the opportunity. But I have to still draw your attention to current developments. That doesn't prevent you from saying what you want to say.
Thank you. I'll proceed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point is that it was in this same August House that Attorney General, in answering questions on this same subject, death penalty, said that we will not abolish death penalty. Attorney General came here. I was here that day. The Attorney General came here to answer a question and said that he referred to Article 3.3 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the provision of Article 3.3, they said that even if you attempt to overthrow the government. Not just attempt to, though you have overthrown, you have killed anybody in the process. Attempt, and they arrest you, then treason, trial, then death penalty. Attempt alone, you can die. But somebody who has killed, who has taken somebody's life in very bizarre circumstances, that fellow life imprisonment. That is discriminatory. That is unfair. It's discriminatory.
I think the Attorney General did not read the book Too Young to Die. The book Too Young to Die was a trial of John Amma, one businessman, for conspiracy to commit sedition and sedition. And there was only one witness, Brigadier General E.K. Kote, one witness. And he was convicted and sentenced to death. Please, let's be serious with this matter. Innocent people are being killed, not the guilty ones. And you know it, that the justice system we have in this country, when you go and you are handling cases in many courts, the interpreters, do they interpret the languages well? No. You were talking about jury trial. The jury is guided by the directions of the judge. The judge gives the law and say you have to go according to this. And these are ordinary citizens. And they go by it. That is why you have the appeal system. I agree with you. And then one of the grounds usually used is that the jury has been misdirected by the judge. But in most cases, by the time the case even goes through, the person has been killed. So yes, we know about these things we are talking about, but the statistics speak for themselves.
The point I was making earlier, Mr. Speaker, is that if, for the benefit of my colleagues, Article 3.3 of the Constitution, 3.3, honorable colleagues, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, any person who, A, by himself or in concert with others, by any violent or other unlawful means, suspends or overthrows or abrogates this Constitution or any part of it, or attempts to do any such act, or B, aids and abets in any manner any person referred to in paragraph A of this clause, commit the offense of high treason, and shall, upon conviction, be sentenced to suffer death. Attempt per se, abetment per se, they'll kill you. Then, as compared to the sin I have described, you come to my house 1 a.m. and disturb my sleep and that of my family. I'm a breadwinner, you take my life. You even rape my wife in the process, extra. That fellow, life imprisonment. But you attempt to abrogate this Constitution or to disturb Flagstaff House, then after that one, you will die. That is discriminatory. And as if the government of the day were minded, if they were minded to abolish the death penalty in the country, they would have come by way of amendment. They should have sponsored this. And I said, and the Hansard would show, only because we just brought the argument, the Attorney General stood there and said that they are opposed to death penalty in this country. Indeed, when they were vetting the Deputy Attorney General, Mr. Tuga, or what is it, the Tua, when we were debating his approval here, I supported him, and I made mention of the fact that at the vetting committee, he said that he opposed death penalty. But let's leave those aside. I was happy, Honorable Agaga and others said that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that they talk about doesn't bind us. And it doesn't bind us. Mr. Speaker, let me state that given the society we find ourselves, given the country we find ourselves, it is very, very dangerous. It is premature now to go out there and tell every Ghanaian that if you kill anybody, the country will not kill you, you will only go to prison. And then after 5 years, another government will come and then also release you.
Yes, yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, just to correct the position the Honorable former leader has just taken in respect to the submission I made about the Universal Declaration on Rights. I didn't say the Universal Declaration is not binding. I only made the point that it is generally speaking not binding, but it has attained the status of customary international law. And to that extent, it is binding. So if you don't decipher the statement well, you draw the wrong conclusion. So the provisions are binding and have influenced even the ICCPR, the Constitution, chapter 5 and 6. If you read the Universal Declaration of Rights, you see that most of the provisions have actually been repeated in chapters 5 and 6 of our Constitution. So they are now customary international law and to that extent binding, but it is not a treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly. That was your submission. And you were drawing our attention to the fact that the committee should amend the report because it's not a treaty and we are not signatories to it as a treaty. It's not a treaty. Exactly what you submitted. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was so excited by his first line of argument that they were not binding. The but, I didn't follow that again. His but, I didn't hear. I didn't follow. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, the arguments against the passage of this bill are enormous. They go to the root core of the values of our society. It serves as a deterrent. The law is there. Maybe
you see, because of your submissions, Honorable Dominic Ayine is leaving the house.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that it's true, admittedly, for several years now we have not executed anybody. But let the law be there for the rainy day. We should leave it as it is for the rainy day. My very good friend, Honorable Habib, said that it serves as a deterrent. Yes. Look, all countries, the countries that we are copying, bomb is there. Distraction. They are manufacturing them every day. They use them every day. But they are keeping them for the rainy day. They are keeping them for the day they become necessary. We should leave this law there for the rainy day. We should leave the what does the law do? Is it part of our budget? Is that why we are going to IMF? No. Please, it is not. So, my fear, genuine fear, is that we are going to surrender the country to the society to do what they want. Short of saving his life, we are going to expose several Ghanaians to risk, high risk. People are going to take the law into their own hands and sort out at the local level. Oh, they say if we arrest you and send you, the law says that they won't kill you, they will leave you. Okay, let's kill you and be free.
Honorable member, just address this issue too. Sanctions in law are meant to be punitive, right? Punitive. Now, sentencing somebody to a term of imprisonment, even for life, and killing the person, which one is more punitive? If you kill me, you save me. I go to the next world, which you will come anyway. But if you send somebody in for a long time, I don't know whether you were practicing. I used to go to condemned cells. Yes, and you see the suffering there. You know, and many of them were turned into reverends preaching Bible and all those things. But as I said, for your position is unshaking. It's always been like that for many years. Because we've debated this a number of times, so I know. And I got the impression that you were born again. But your submissions show that you are not yet. You are not yet born again, so you can go on. I'll give you 1 more minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, my word, we haven't educated Ghanaians enough yet on this bill. It is very dangerous for us to pass the bill as it is now, because at the end of the day, implementation is going to be difficult. We are going to sacrifice many more lives rather than saving some lives. That is my fear. People are going to take the law into their own hands and do instant justice because they don't trust us again. And that's, Mr. Speaker, you know, they say, okay, he's in prison for life, fine. But after 2-3 years, then the prison authority will write a letter, say that the man is so sick that if they don't release him, he will die in prison, and then they will release him. That is very, very dangerous. It is against the backdrop of this that I thought that it is premature. It is not the right time for us to abolish the death penalty. It is discriminatory. Let's address the constitutional provision. If we remove the problem in the Constitution, then any other law will go with the Constitution. I invite all of you to vote against this motion because it's not in tandem with the interests of many of the Ghanaians that we have. It is going to be a dangerous law. It is going to lead to the death of many innocent people, and I don't think that we are trying to do that. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. I want to commend my good brother for the bold initiative, and indeed I was with him in India for the Commonwealth Bar Conference, and he gave a paper on this same subject, which received enormous applause. In his former capacity as the chairman of the tribunal, I'm sure he had occasion to deal with some of these matters, and that had probably influenced his sentiment in this area of law. But, no, these are facts. But unfortunately, I vehemently also disagree with him, because I have a particular case just this weekend of somebody also attempting to defend himself and in the process used the same equipment carried out by his assailant to kill him. And that person came before the jury returned a verdict of not guilty, and upon influence by the presiding judge, that go back and look at it again, and they came back and returned the verdict of guilty. Such a situation exists, and such an innocent person has been convicted and sentenced to death by hanging, save that no president wants to execute the hanging. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any opportunity for him to go on appeal, because of the procedural error. So, because that person has been sentenced to life imprisonment, we have an opportunity to go for the appeal and probably seek his release. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to look at that single person who is innocent, who would otherwise also be committed to death. We are not saying that the people who are found guilty should be released. What we are saying is that let us give them punishment that is commensurate with the offense they've committed, save that they should not be killed, so that in the event that in future there is evidence to suggest that they didn't even commit the crime after all, then they will have a second chance before the law. If we destroy such a person, we would have killed the opportunity for him to even repent, and repentance is godly. And there are people who would have gone through all kinds of crime and would have repented, and we have series of them having become now even champions of human rights. So, committal of an offense on one time doesn't necessarily mean that you will stay a sinner all your life. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill vehemently, just the same way as my senior colleague opposes it. vehemently. Mr. Speaker, when my good brother gave a paper in India, look at their post, and he planted the name of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana on the international stage, and all of us are beneficiaries of my brother's submission in the August House. Mr. Speaker, the world is moving towards a direction we can't be left behind. The international society, the international community is talking to all of us. We cannot be the only odd ones out. Mr. Speaker, with this very short piece of intervention, I support this bill, and I pray that. And then on the constitutional issue, Article 3(3)(b), I would also say that the passage of this amendment bill shouldn't be the end of it. We should also look at the opportunity to address the constitutional provision that convict and commit an offender to death. Once we have changed the one in the Criminal Amendment Act, we should also proceed in the review of the Constitution to also affect the change so that we can equalize between the Act and the Constitution, and then we can be very much part of the international community. Mr. Speaker, with this count raise. Mr. Speaker, with this short piece, I support the bill vehemently.
Honourable members, that is the trend of things. The movement is towards, in the constitutional review, amending these provisions that you are referring to. Let me listen to Honourable B.T. Baba.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion, and I am doing so because of the experience I have derived during my tenure of office as a prison officer in charge of operations, and have held sensitive appointments in the prisons where high-risk prisoners, especially condemned prisoners, are kept. Mr. Speaker, it is not easy to take human life, even if the law grants it. Those who have gone through that experience before I joined the prison service, a lot of them became abnormal when they were hanging people at either James Ford prison or the Nsawan prisons. I wish those who are against the motion will visit the Nsawan prisons and to be taken to the gallows to see the processes that a condemned prisoner goes through before he's executed. Added to that, the prison officer becomes perpetually traumatized. Speaking here as a member of parliament, I've witnessed not less than 4 executions as director of operations at the Ghana Prison Service. And to take human life, as I've said, is not easy. At the prisons, whenever we are to submit the names to the Ministry of Interior, the whole process begins until the head of state signs the execution warrant. I tell you, I've met ministers at the Ministry of Interior who have behaved like Pontius Pilate.
Yes, Honourable.
Watching,
just a minute.
Who are giving full time to speak.
Yes. Honourable B.T. Baba, I'm in charge. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, my fellow friend, he's not addressing the issue. He's talking on sentiment and he's not addressing the issue.
What were you talking on?
He's been in the prison. He's not. What about the victim?
You were talking on passions, not sentiment.
What about the fellow that they can take? What about the fellow they killed? What about the fellow they killed? You are talking about somebody who is in condemned cell. He's even lucky he's there. He's still lucky, he's still breathing. He's still eating.
Honorable Cletus Avoka, he is passionately in support of the bill. You were passionately against it. What is the problem? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before with him at the committee level and even in this chamber on the same issue, just as you had it with him on several occasions. Mr. Speaker, I've seen ministers washing their hands and visiting the washroom several times when the list is being debated and to be forwarded to the head of state. I have seen ministers wishing that they had not taken ministerial appointment because of that act of forwarding the list to be for people to be executed. Some of you are commenting that they are not fit to be there. But let me tell you, even if you are given the weapon that your relative has been executed by a criminal and you are asked to shoot and kill that person, you have a second thought. And Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, don't mention the name of God in vain. I heard you say, Wallahi, you do it. I'm telling you, Wallahi, you never do it.
Sir, it is somebody else and not me. Yeah, so, Mr. Speaker, you receive a human being alive and you are the same person taking him to the gallows or to the firing squad. At the end of it, in some few minutes, you transport that same person to a cemetery and they are put in a mass grave. You, the prison officer, even though did not fire a shot, did not kill anybody, you become traumatized. And as I'm speaking now, I'm getting emotional because of the experiences I went through. And those experiences were by law. And even though the law conferred on us to send these people for firing squad, I still feel that something wrong has gone somewhere, that those human beings could have been put under life imprisonment so that they live and die with the offense they have committed instead of instant execution. Mr. Speaker, there was an instance where one image was brought to me as one of the people to be executed. And when I went through the list, I asked of the name of the inmate. And he told me his name. Unfortunately, those who brought him before me to be handed over for execution made a mistake of adding his name to the list of those people who were shot that day. And that is to confirm what Honorable Ahiafo said. And then Honorable Apia Kubi, that there are instances of people dying because of mistaken identity. You were quoting the law about people who have attempted to overthrow the Constitution. I'm telling you that not everybody would have been involved. Some of them by association, that I am a wanted person. And then during the raid, I happened to be
maybe for a friendly purpose, and they had zeroed in on them, and then you are picked as part of the group that went out to plot and overthrow the government. Mr. Speaker, people have died because of mistaken identity. There are innocent people who have died because they were simply found in a group that were being trailed by the security agencies. It is for this reason that I see this bill very, very important, that this country should pass it, so that if you commit murder, you are sentenced to life imprisonment, and for you to suffer and live with your offense and die with it. Not to take the life of the individual because it is provided in the law. This law has been there for so many years, since 1993. And I bet you no president in this country will be bold enough to sign that law for people to be executed. So why not make the law, as you said, Mr. Speaker, that it should be punitive, and the punitive aspect is the life imprisonment, and not by execution through firing squad. So I want my brother and my senior to understand that his strong opposition of this bill is good because he wants to make his case to be known. But on the larger side, thinking about its implication, it should be removed so that Ghana, part of the community of nations that do not have this law in our statute books. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Let me listen to a female voice, then I can come to you, the men again. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. I fully support the motion to substitute the penalty of life imprisonment for the death penalty. Mr. Speaker, it's very painful for a wicked person to take a life of a beloved one. But Mr. Speaker, when the wicked one kills someone, and some people are saying that the person should also be killed. Too many people are quoting an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote. I will quote, just relax. Yes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Mr. Speaker, when somebody kills, and by order, another person is asked to kill, in the sight of man or woman, this person who has been ordered to kill did that through an order. But in the sight of God, that person who kills is equally a murderer. In the sight of God, it's equally a murderer. Because if somebody kills and you are ordered to kill the other person, you who does the execution is equally a murderer. It's a state-sponsored murderer, but God sees you as a murderer. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 minutes. I said earlier on that too many people an eye for a tooth and a tooth for a tooth. Let me quote scripture. Ezekiel 33:11 says that. Tell them, and God is asking me to tell this house. Tell them, as certainly as I live and living, declares the Lord, I receive no pleasure in death of the wicked. Instead, my pleasure is that the wicked repent from their behavior and live. Mr. Speaker, the murderer should live and face the consequences in prison. Live and repent. Mr. Speaker, no, when you were talking, nobody talked. You asked me to quote scripture, and I'm quoting scripture. I've quoted scripture that this is what the Lord is saying. He said, tell them, and I'm telling this out, that the Lord says he does not delight in the death of people. His delight is that they will live and repent. They should be in prison and repent. When they don't repent, they'll face the consequences on this earth, go to hell, and face the second consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable, sorry. For some time, I looked there was nobody standing up. It's only here they stood up and I recognized them. Now you have stood up, I will recognize you. Please contribute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I love the way you do your work. Speaker.
Honorable member, is he out of order?
Mr. Speaker, you see, the business of the House, if you look at this side, almost all of us.
No, I'm not equalizing. I am not equalizing at all of members that spoke from this side. Definitely, it's more than the number that spoke from this side. But I am not equalizing. Just please make your point.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker.
Yes.
The subject matter for which we are speaking to is death penalty. Must not only be viewed in the perspective of law. The Speaker, there are millions of Ghanaians out there that are listening to us on this matter, and I think we need to do due diligence. We need to consider the 30 million plus Ghanaians, not necessarily what is happening in the international world. We are Ghana, we have our culture, we have our customs, we have our religion, and we live to that as such. Mr. Speaker, we have two main religions in this country, Islamic and Christianity. Speaker, both religions have this "thou shalt not kill" in the tenets of our beliefs. So, Speaker, let me indulge you a bit. For the Muslim side, I don't know, but I know they also don't want anybody to kill. And for the Christians, we have 10 commandments. Mr. Speaker, 1, you shall have no other gods before me. That is the jealousy of God, so to put it. 2, you shall not make. You will see that of all the commandments, about 9 of them are speaking to how you will live well. Then you come to 6, which will say, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not kill. Arguments have been made for and against the repeal of this death penalty. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to do more consultation. We need to have the country at heart. We need to listen to what our Christian population is saying. Speaker, if we don't take time and hesitate slowly on this one, we may not get it right. Posterity may not forgive us.
I thought you quoted the commandments and said, thou shalt not kill. Now you are saying we should legislate to say that they should kill. Is that what you are saying?
Speaker, that's what I'm saying. So if somebody...
No, me, I'm pro-life. I'm a Catholic. I'm pro-life. So I have a bias.
Thank you, Speaker.
And I don't hide it.
Speaker.
So those of you who are anti-life, when I put the question, you vote.
Yeah. Speaker, so what I'm trying to say is that if somebody goes contrary to the 6th commandment in the Bible, and we allow that person to just go and lie, just incarcerated, lie down just like that, the Speaker, the deterrence aspect of this whole criminal matter will not be achieved.
Because many people will then say, oh, after all, if I take somebody's life, all they will do is to go and dump me somewhere. And invariably, a president may come one day that will be so generous, that will be so sympathetic, and will say, oh, they've been languishing in jail for some time, so allow them to. This very particular thing will, if we are not taking care, make people go wayward and take knives, guns, catapults, and others to take people's lives. So, Mr. Speaker, I am against this motion that is coming here. And I wish that we need to do more consultation to get the view and perspective of Ghanaians to be able to do this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Mahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I see a lot of interest, but because of the time and because of what he said, I'm proposing that the proposal you did earlier by limiting the time for each member so that they can...
I should give the 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Yes, please.
Okay, Honorable Mahama, 2 minutes.
Now I know my enemies in this chamber.
He is a major speaker on the topic. I would plead with you.
You already know his views. So you know he's a major...
At least he should be exempted from the 2 minutes. He should speak the full length, and then subsequently others can speak for 2 minutes.
Hey. Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
There are always people to defend you and give you more time. How lucky you are. Yes, so go on.
Mr. Speaker, on the question of consultation, when a bill is brought before this House and it is advertised, that is the process of consultation. We brought a bill in this House on Proper Human Sexual Practices Act. And because so many people were interested, they rushed with memoranda, over 200. They even called for a live broadcast of the discussions and deliberations and etc. This bill was also brought by a private member's motion, also advertised, so there was ample opportunity for everybody who was interested to make their views known. If there is anything, the lack of interest by way of protest against it is an indication that maybe perhaps people don't really mind. Maybe they don't have a big issue with us changing the law and saying that we will give them life imprisonment instead of a death penalty. I cannot believe that if they were really passionately against, they were active and passionate as we saw on the issue.
Honorable Member, your senior is up. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the Honorable Member for Boku Central, Honorable Mamaya, is misleading the House. He's grossly misleading the House by saying that if people didn't react to the bill before this House, it means they have no problem with the bill. He is misleading the House.
He said maybe. He said
maybe. It doesn't come in at all. He doesn't have evidence to support what he said. He's misleading the House.
Honorable Cletus Avocat, you are overruled. Yes, please go on.
Mr. Speaker, I attended a committee meeting at which we considered this bill. I spoke for and against the bill.
And then I said, as for me, I honestly don't mind. You were there. I said, I don't mind because for how many years now have we had the law in our statute books? And nobody has enforced it. If you haven't enforced it, it means that you yourself, you really don't care whether or not it is there. Because if you were serious about it, you would have been using it. I said, so as a person, I really don't mind because it is there and we are not using it. So if you remove it, it's as good as, leaving it there. So if somebody wants to remove it, I must have a very good reason to say he should not remove it. Mr. Speaker, the debate as to whether or not its existence is a deterrent is a matter that scientifically we cannot prove. Maybe its existence there has deterred people. Maybe it has not deterred people. Maybe it has not deterred people. I have heard people that, in my opinion, are very sound. Some people say, are you sure that if we take this out, and people know we have taken this out, lynching will not be more pronounced than we are seeing today? Because people arrest alleged armed robbers, they don't bring them to the police station. They kill them there, they lynch them, they burn them. Why? Because they are not confident in the law enforcement institutions. They don't believe that when the armed robber gets there, he will get his just desert. He will not be punished. He might be given bail and he will leave later on. And then the case will go on and then they might not get a conviction. So they will rather execute the person. And yet, they haven't been able to prove that the person was actually an armed robber. And I have heard in this house today very strong arguments about how many people have been convicted, have been sentenced to death, and then later on have been found to be innocent. And today, DNA evidence has come to prove so many people who were waiting to be killed have been proven innocent because of improvements in technology and DNA evidence. So this bill is not saying that murderers should not be punished. It is saying that we should give them a certain type of punishment, which in practice is the type of punishment that we have been given anyway. Because even when we convict them for murder and the punishment is death, we don't kill them.
The problem is to stop the vicious cycle. The vicious cycle. That is what we want to prevent. You are all aware of the treason trial of 1962. You are all aware, and I'm very clear in my mind, that that principle is of impartiality and neutrality. I go for the impartiality, but I'm pro-life, and that one I cannot sit still and see people go against that principle of pro-life. I did not create life, and I will not eliminate life. That is my position. He was tribunal chairman before. He knows about the case of Flight Lieutenant Lee. He knows about it. Was there no trial? Was there no conviction? Was there no intervention? Was there no release? And you are talking about the law. Please, go on.
Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, what are we talking about? When I listen to Honorable Avoka, he talks about rights, the rights of the victim. How is the rights of the victim vindicated by killing somebody else? Is it the victim that you have righted?
No, you've only satisfied yourself, but you've not really vindicated the rights of the victim. You have not. How have you vindicated the rights of the victim by killing the person who has killed him? I don't see how you have vindicated the rights of the victim. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that this is a matter that is informed by passion. Those who are pro-life, Mr. Speaker, will be against the death penalty. Some people are so passionately against the removal of the death penalty. They have their fears. But there are so many ways, Mr. Speaker, that we can deal with this. Strengthening the security systems, promoting education. Look at the record of those who are involved in murders, the criminals, people who have not had opportunity to get good education, people who are sometimes forced into crime as a result of economic circumstance, and etc. Mr. Speaker, and so there's more that we need to do to prevent crime than intimidation. There's more to do to prevent crime than intimidation. Let's invest in detection mechanisms and etc. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Honorable for his courage, because it takes a lot of courage to propose that we should abolish the death penalty. I have been, in the past, an active member of the human rights community, and I know all the issues involved in this matter and the debate. Even in America today, they are still debating whether or not to abolish the death penalty. There are states that abolish the death penalty and are reinstating it, and there are states that are removing the death penalty. So even in America, the debate is still very, very heated. I don't think that there is a universal position on the matter that we can say, this is universal. And there are movements against. There's no doubt about that. And we have to take a decision which side we stand on. And it's obvious, Mr. Speaker, that led by you, we are on the side of abolition. We're on the side of abolition. So let's abolish. Oh, the Speaker has consistently said that he is pro-life and he is for abolition of death penalty. Unless you haven't been participating in the proceedings today. Mr. Speaker, so let us support the motion. We're not saying that those accused of murder and convicted for murder should not be punished. We're saying that they should be given a life sentence in prison. Exactly what we are doing now in practice. What we are doing now in practice is that we are actually, because look, all of them know that we haven't killed in the past several decades. So they know they will not be killed. They know they will not be killed. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it is obvious that we have a significant support base here, and Mr. Speaker can put the question, and I urge colleagues to vote in favor of the motion. I forgot what is your problem.
Honorable members,
is intimidating me.
no, just your last word, and then I will take a minute and come back and we'll conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a very serious matter. I mean, we talk and we joke and we laugh about it. It's a very serious matter, and so let's abolish it. Let's commit it to life imprisonment. And I believe that we should have nothing to fear in terms of its impact on crime in our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, 5 minutes suspension, please.
innocent. Then what can you do? And you go, the person is good. Yes, people are convicted innocently, I'm telling you. You see, I'm never who wants to do that. Who wants to deal with the men? So in most cases, you go to court and they don't give you a reason. And so what is that? If they turn their wrong back, they will never commit that crime again. You see? But the point is, you go there, maybe a couple of points. Just be there.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, actually, I thought this was a simple matter, but the tenor of debate has emphasized the importance of the issue, and it's like we cannot conclude today. We may need to give Oh, you want us to conclude today? I guess I'll be able to gauge the mood of the House, and I came to the conclusion that many of you want to contribute, but we don't have that much time, and I don't want to gag the House. I only guide you, but I don't take the decisions. You take the decisions. And so if it's the pleasure of the House for us to continue the debate anytime, definitely, I will be prepared to grant that. But if you want us to take a decision today, I'm all for you. So, honorable members, so I defer putting the question on this matter, and then we'll continue with the debate. So it will be debate to be continued, no question to be put. So we leave it as at that, then we come back to it another day. Tomorrow I'm not going to be around. That's why I'm talking about another day. But if it is your pleasure to continue tomorrow, I will not be presiding. Hey, some of you, your whispers are into my ears. Yeah, so we'll move on to another item, and this time, I think we shall conclude the day with the statements. There are some short statements to be made. Yesterday, there was one that was made orally, and I ruled referring to the Standing Order 72, the last sentence. So that statement will be made. Then today, as you know, we are mourning one of our greatest writers, greatest ladies of Ghana, the late Amma Atta Aidoo, and at least we should make a statement in honor and in tribute of her. And then there's a third statement. Who submitted the third statement? Yes. So let's start with the Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In pursuant to your directive on the floor yesterday, under Order 72 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, further to my request on the matter of urgent public interest for Parliament to probe into the authenticity and contents of a leaked audio recording in the public domain that raises serious issues of great public concern. Honourable Speaker, because of the time, I will ask the Hansard Department to capture the full text of my statement so that I can focus on the terms as you have stated. Honourable Speaker, I submit this statement for your kind attention, seeking to invoke the appropriate standing orders of the House and other relevant legislation for a bipartisan investigation either by a special committee of the House or Committee of Defense and Interior into this all-important matter. The terms of reference of this investigation will be to establish the following: the authenticity of the leak audio recording, investigate the conspiracy to remove the current Inspector General of Police, investigate other matters contained in the audio recording, and recommend sanctions to persons found culpable where appropriate, and make recommendations for reforms where necessary. And 6, make such other recommendations and consequential orders as the committee may deem appropriate. Right, Honorable Speaker, I hereby submit for your kind consideration. Thank you.
Yesterday we had a lot of comments from members. I don't know whether you are still interested in making comments. If not, you
don't have a problem.
I will proceed to direct that a special committee be established to investigate this matter, because it goes beyond defense and interior. We need some of you who are very good in IT and other areas to submit your talents and skills to the committee for this work to be done. So I propose that we establish a committee of 7 members. 7 members. Is that okay? 7 members. Leadership will nominate 3 from each side of the House, and we'll get a technical person to add to make it 7. That's why I'm calling it a special committee, so that you investigate this matter and then submit your report. So I await the nominees from the 2 caucuses, 3 each, and then a technical person will also be nominated to assist the committee in its investigation and report to the House. I so direct. Leadership, please, within 1 week, we should get the names submitted. Because I know you have to meet your caucuses and make some consultation within 1 week. Now, second statement to be made. Definitely, when the nominees are submitted to me, I will come to inform the House the composition of the committee, so you know the members. Then I'll give a timeline within which the committee will report to the House. Yes, can we now listen to the tribute? Dr. Mafo, Honorable Dr. Mafo, is he around? Because he submitted a statement to me. He says you can do it on his behalf.
Mr. Speaker, there is a statement on drainage in Ghana.
A statement from?
On drainage, which has been admitted already. On drainage.
It's a tribute that we are about to make now.
Mr. Speaker, it has been admitted, and it was due last week, except that. No?
Yes, Honorable Jifa Dumashi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to read this tribute to Professor Amma Aidoo. Mr. Speaker, it is with mixed emotions that I read out the statements to this august House. A part of me grieves while the other gets to celebrate the life of a forceful being who single-handedly changed the values of our traditional educational system. Madam Christina Amma Atta Aidoo, a Ghanaian dramatist, poet, novelist, teacher, and short story writer, was born in Abiadze, Dominacy to Nana Menu III, also known as Nana Yaupama, and Elizabeth Abba Abasma Bonsu. Her father was the Odikro of Abiazi Chiako and Chidomhin of Abiazi traditional area. She grew up in her father's household in Abiazi Chiako, in the central region of Ghana. The seed of the writer was first planted in that village, nurtured by the everyday rhythms and conversations of women and men. My love for African culture and literature obviously drew me to the works of Amma Aidoo. I was captivated and intrigued by her writing and the sense of imagination she captured in her writings. The soul of African tradition through her literary works. As fate will have it, I met her at 17 years old at the staging of her play Anoa. I told her I was Anoa, and she had a good laugh from then, and from then on, as her daughter Kina says, I became her daughter. As Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, I met her often and tapped from her wisdom. Meeting her was always an opportunity to learn from her. Mr. Speaker, at the age of 14, she won a scholarship to the prestigious Wesley Girls High School in Cape Coast. It was at this time that her abilities as a writer began to flourish. Whilst waiting for admission to the university, Aidoo taught literature and history at Wesley Girls High School. Once admitted to the University of Ghana in September 1961, Atta, in addition to the regular curriculum, embarked on a curriculum education of attending public lectures by such luminaries as Professor Kofi Abdul-Fabuzia, Dr. R.P. Bafo, then Vice Chancellor of KNUST. In 1966, she represented Ghana at the Harvard International Seminar. Atta visited such countries as the Irish Republic, France, and the Republic of Sudan, Tanzania, and Kenya, where she became a reader for Oxford University Press, Nairobi. Atta Aidoo served as Secretary for Education in Ghana from 1982 to 1983 under His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings and the PNDC administration. Realizing the impossibility of achieving universal education for all, outlined in a draft proposal for restructuring Ghana's educational system that she authored, she resigned from the government. She did not stop her contribution to Ghana's educational curriculum. Her works have been used widely in our literature and theatre departments in our secondary and tertiary schools. Whether in drama, short story, novel, essay, or poetry, her dedication to her art and audience and her concerns as a woman, writer, and teacher motivated her to continually examine and explore the complex issues of gender, race, and class in an exemplary fashion. She is famously quoted as saying, "For us Africans, literature must serve a purpose to expose, embarrass, and fight corruption and authoritarianism." It is understandable why the African is utilitarian. Some of her famous works include The Dilemma of a Ghost, a play that was written in 1965, Anoa, 1970, No Sweetness Here, Our Sister Killjoy, or Reflections from a Black-Eyed Squint, The Girl Who Can, and other stories. Amma Aidoo indeed opened doors and set the tone for contemporary playwrights and novelists of today. Mr. Speaker, I humbly request and advocate that we as a nation do not neglect those wonderful pieces of writing, but encourage more writing and reading in our schools. Mr. Speaker, she served this country as a Minister of Education. In her time, we have fewer women in the decision-making space. Today, because of her work, she and other women like her, we have 40 women standing tall in the 8th Parliament of Ghana. It is my hope that the increase in the number of women in this chamber will culminate in a more concerted way to champion the issues of women, I am hopeful that we will continue with the activism she and her peers started. It should not be in vain. Mr. Speaker, Amma Aidoo received many awards. Some of her awards and recognitions include winner of the 3rd All Africa Short Story Competition given by the Mbari Club of the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. She was a winner of a fellowship for the Advanced Creative Writing course at Stanford University, California, and at which she presented a paper on contemporary theater in Ghana and at the African Studies Center, UCLA. Mbari Club Prize in 1962 for her short story, No Sweetness Here. In 1992, Commonwealth Writers Prize for Best Book, Africa, for her novel, Changes. In 1999, she received an honorary doctoral degree in human letters from Mount Holyoke College. African women writers selected Anoa as Africa's 100 best books for the 20th century. The highest civilian honor in Ghana, the member of the Volta. Mr. Speaker, as CEO of Values for Life Ghana, I honored her with a citation as a trailblazer. Mr. Speaker, listening to tributes from family today shows indeed that she was a mother, a sister, and a grandmother who adored and cherished her family. Her success didn't cause her to relegate her family to the background. She indeed gave her all to all her family, Ghana and Africa. She indeed demonstrated that as a woman, I can have it all, a blossoming career and an amazing family. I'll end with another quote from Madam Amma Aidoo. She hated being called with titles though. The quote goes, quote, "Time by itself means nothing, no matter how fast it moves, unless we give it something to carry for us, something we value because it is such a precious vehicle. It's time. Rest well, Amma Aidoo." Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The tribute needs some comments. Yes, Doc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to associate myself with the statement ably made by our honorable colleague. I had the experience of knowing Amma Aidoo in her position as PNDC Secretary for Education. Amma Aidoo brought a certain dynamism, a certain authority, a certain aura to the position of PNDC Secretary for Education. She was a woman who lived ahead of her age. She could look authority in the face and speak truth to authority. Amma Aidoo was a radical feminist at the time the term was largely unknown in our part of the world. She was a type of feminist who, through her gender advocacy, worked to change society, particularly the perception of the girl child in the Ghanaian educational sector. She was a living example of what the Ghanaian woman is capable of achieving, even if not given to her on a silver platter. She was not afraid of struggle in the political context. She was neither awed by authority or by convention. Amma Aidoo was a frontier breaker. She pushed back frontiers to open up space for critical Africanist thinking. She saw the African world beyond literature and beyond drama. She saw Africa with a developmental telescope. And at the center of this vision, in a period as PNDC secretary, was the girl child. In a population where females outnumber males, Aidoo saw that the woman had to be positioned at the center of education if this country was to make serious progress. So, Mr. Speaker, it is opportune, therefore, that this House recognizes this woman, a woman of courage, a woman of intellect, a woman of drive, who not only made Ghana proud as a political activist, but also made Ghana proud on the international scene as an acknowledged playwright, as an acknowledged Africanist, and as a woman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Honorable members, I think this is the woman we are celebrating today. Amma, Atta, Aidoo. It's today that we gathered here the forecourt of the State House to celebrate her life in a very mournful way. And those of you who can make efforts to get copies of this, it's advisable to do so because it's full of rich accounts, not just of her life, her background, but her contribution to humanity in Ghana, Africa, and the world. I received a delegation from her family for and on your behalf and had the opportunity of saying a few words about her, recollecting her when I was a student and a lover of literature in the University of Ghana, where we used to attend the drama The Dilemma of a Ghost, written by her. And from there, I followed her throughout. And please, these are some of the trailblazers. These are pace setters. And long before the struggle for the emancipation of women was held and fought by people like Amma, Atta, Aidoo. It's unfortunate that she's come to the end of her journey on earth. But we are all very clear in our minds that her transition is to a better life. I want on your behalf to extend our deepest condolences to her immediate family, her siblings, and to all friends who actually anchored her life until her departure. I was compelled to write 2 tributes. One has been published in this book, and the other was published by the Daily Graphic. This was a woman. And I pray that many of such women will rise up in Ghana, shine in the African continent, and teach the world that we were before they came. That she did throughout her life. The uniqueness of the African, the uniqueness of Amma, Atta, Aidoo, her character and poise are there for all of us to emulate. With this, on your behalf, I say, may her lovely, peaceful soul rest in perfect peace. We give her just 1 minute silence. Honorable members, once again, may her soul and the soul of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Well, the third person, it looks like there's something in the air.
Mr. Speaker, I'm told that we defer it to tomorrow.
Yes,
what's tomorrow?
There's one statement submitted by Dr. Mafu, which is before me.
Mr. Speaker, that is not what I have.
That's not what you wanted to submit. You were talking about
the drainage.
Drainage, yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, the advice is that I defer it to tomorrow, and I oblige to that.
It's the gentleman here who drew my attention to your statement. If not, I hadn't got a copy. And he told me you said you will be meeting me outside to discuss.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
You want me to recognize you to make it, because they did one, it's on drainage. Is it yesterday?
Yeah.
It was my deputy who was presiding on drainage.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one was done yesterday, but this is slightly different from what was done yesterday. Thank you.
So you want us to take it?
Yeah.
No comment. We are not going to contribute. Just allow him to make it without contribution.
No. Honorable member, you want to make it today?
Mr. Speaker, it can be done tomorrow also. So I can give copies to my colleagues to look at it.
Yes, we need others to have sight of it and to support you when you make it. Honorable members, I think we've come to the end of the day. We'll have to take an adjournment. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.